Spain assumed the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union on the 1st July with a firm decision to improve the lives of citizens. A challenge which Spain wants to claim the Europe of the people, the one that attends to their needs, their demands, the one that offers opportunities and also answers to the challenges of citizenship. And it will do so by assuming four major priorities: reindustrialize the European Union and ensure its open strategic autonomy, advance in the ecological transition and environmental adaptation, promote greater social and economic justice, strengthening European unity. And it is precisely in these last two areas, promoting greater social and economic justice and strengthening European unity, in which the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration adopts a fundamental and unifying role. True to its vocation of public service, from the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration, we will work tirelessly throughout the semester to strengthen the European social shield, promoting inclusive growth. In terms of inclusion, we will continue to pay special attention to the impact of the return of public social investment policies, the development on an evidence-based inclusion policy, and support of recommendations on minimum income, aspects in which Spain has been at the forefront of the countries of the European Union, thanks to the approval in 2020 of the minimum vital income. With regard to social security, we will strengthen the objective of developing sufficient, sustainable and equitable social protection systems. We will not leave any group unattended, especially the self-employed, thanks to the impetus of the coordination of social security systems within the European Union. In this way, we will promote labor mobility and the integration of the European labor market. But in addition, we will work to further develop a migration model that offers adequate responses to the challenges facing Europe. We advocate a comprehensive approach to regular, orderly and safe migration that facilitates addressing economic, demographic and humanitarian challenges. And we will do so paying special attention to supporting and protecting people fleeing the war in Ukraine. In short, during the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration will promote greater social and economic justice by helping to strengthen European unity. Ministerio de Inclusión, Seguridad Social y Migraciones, Gobierno de España.
Bueno.
Good morning to everyone. Welcome to this Conference of the Spanish Presidency, the European Migrations Network on the future of legal migration. Please allow me to speak to you in English, and I remind you that we do have simultaneous interpretation, English, Spanish, and French, and this will be streamed.
As a divisive issue, as a problem. Yet, we should not forget that migration is a human reality, and it must be seen not only as a challenge, but also as an opportunity. And this is precisely the aim of this conference, to discuss about it. The European Migration Network brings us the perfect space for a dialogue, an interaction, an exchange of views on this topic. With this spirit, we are very happy to have with us the Commissioner for Home Affairs, Mrs. Ylva Johansson, and the Spanish Secretary of State for Migration, Isabel Castro. Welcome to both. These two women manage the complexity of migration policies from two different angles. On the one hand, the European perspective and the challenge of bringing 27 member states together to achieve a sustainable European response to migration. On the other hand, from the point of view of a country like Spain, with such a geographical situation and where 13% of the population is foreigner, it's such an opportunity to have you here. So we are really welcoming you, and I think I'll stop here. I think everyone is looking forward to listening to these women. So without any preamble, Commissioner, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here, and it's great to see all of you here from this very important topic. And legal pathways and labor migration is, of course, nothing new. I would like to start with a question. What would happen if all migrants in the European Union stopped working tomorrow? That would be a disaster. One example, 15 years ago, Tarshan came to France from Sri Lanka. He now works as a baker in Paris. And this year, he won first prize in a baking contest for baking the best baguette in Paris. And few things are, of course, more French than a baguette, truly showing migrants are part of us. If migrants stopped working in the EU, you could no longer enjoy this prize-winning baguette. You could no longer get a prize-winning haircut either. Mahdi from Afghanistan won first prize in a national hairdressing competition, also in France. Worse, without migrants, companies would go out of business. The bakery in the town of Winsen, North Germany, would have to close down without its trainees from Sudan and Afghanistan. But now, the village has bread, the bakery has a future. The refugees have work and German language training. Living in the community, part of the community. Without migrants, our public service would suffer. 2/3 of all waste collectors in Mannheim come from outside Germany, from Bosnia-Herzegovina, North Macedonia, Turkey, and Sudan. Without migrants, our agriculture would suffer. In Spain, at the farm in Catalonia, Mamadou from the Gambia is learning to drive a tractor because he needs skills, and Spanish farmers need him. Without migrants, the harvest would rot on the land. If migrants stopped working within the EU, our health would suffer. In the country I know best, 35% of the doctors and 15% of the nurses are migrants. If migrants stopped working in the EU, our governance would suffer. I think of Ahmed Abu Taleb, Morocco-born mayor of Rotterdam, the largest port in Europe, and many other people of migrant origin active in local or national government. Part of the community, leading the community. Showing migrants are part of us. Without migrants, Europe would suffer. Europe would come to a standstill. And if migrants stopped working in the EU, countries of origin would also suffer, losing 65 billion euros. People are sending home as remittances every year. Last year, more than 7% of Moroccan GDP, 9% of Pakistani GDP. Europe needs people of all skills, not only doctors and software developers. We also need bricklayers, carpenters, truck drivers, nurses, electricians, cooks, bus drivers, and many other areas. We need skilled people to support the green transition and the digital revolution. And this need will only get worse as Europe grows older and older. The next 7 years, Europe's working age population will drop by 1 million per year due to demography. The old age dependency ratio will get worse. Today, 3 working people support 1 pensioner. In 2050, it will be 2 to 1. Of course, reskilling and upskilling is part of the solution. Of course, we need more women and older people to work and work full-time, people with disabilities in the labor market, and giving young people the opportunities to quicker enter into the labor market. But that won't be enough to solve our challenges. We have to be honest and say, Europe needs migration. Many people would love to come and work in Europe, but very often the only route to Europe they see is getting into a smuggler's boat. This summer, a ship sank off the coast of Greece. A terrible tragedy, taking 600 people to the bottom of the sea, 4 kilometers down below. People with hopes and dreams, with families. There were many women and children. There were quite a number of Pakistanis. And every day, people lose their lives on the Atlantic route, the deadliest route of all, as you know only too well here in Spain. Soon, I will present new EU plans to fight smugglers who have blood on their hands. But as I said in the European Parliament after the shipwreck, it just doesn't make sense. People need skills and people are risking deaths. There has to be a better way. And there is a better way. We have to recognize the ambition, the energy, the talent that migrant brings, and work with our partners. I have been several times to Morocco, to Tunisia. I traveled to Pakistan, to Bangladesh, to Egypt, and who are all present here today. We have now launched talent partnerships with all of you. Partnerships that are key to our wider strategic cooperation on migration management. Win-win talent partnerships, helping companies in Europe to find skilled staff and workers from your countries to gain skills and competence and experience. I think of the Moroccan architecture student studying in Spain, so she could apply those skills back home in Morocco. I think of the Nigerian IT specialist in Lithuania, happy learning new skills, and of Lithuanian companies, happy with the skills of the Nigerian workers, happy because new contacts help companies to find new markets in Nigeria. Yesterday, I proposed setting up the EU Talent Pool, a platform to match skills of people outside the European Union with employers' needs, focusing on sectors where there is a huge need, and specifically supporting those that are part of our talent partnerships. We also proposed yesterday new rules to make skill recognition easier. Europe is losing the global race for talent. We need to be innovative. I'm so glad today that you are discussing also refugee labor migration mobility, businesses in Europe directly hiring refugees from abroad. Spain is leading the way, committing to 5,000 places from Latin America over the next 5 years. But there's one more thing we need to do if we want Europe to be attractive for the skills that we need. We have many welcoming communities in Europe, but not everyone is welcoming. We also have to fight racism. Racism is a huge obstacle for us to be attractive in the global competition for skills and for talents to come to Europe. If you can choose wherever in the world to go, would you go to an area or a country where you risk your children being bullied in school, or where you risk being victims of racism based on your religion or the color of your skin? So this is my last word. We must fight racism, and Europe needs migration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for those clear messages and such a comprehensive intervention. Now I'll give the floor to the Secretary of State on Migration, Isabel Castro. The floor is yours.
Good morning, buenos días, bienvenidos y bienvenidos.
Welcome, Commissioner, Ms. Johansson, ambassadors, representatives of the member states and other countries, representatives of the European Commission, the European Parliament, friend countries, international organizations, and the civil society, experts, friends. The Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security, and Migrations, and the Secretary of State for Migrations are so happy to host you here in Spain within the framework of the Spanish Presidency of the European Council at this conference on the European Migrations Network. First of all, I'd like to excuse the presence of our minister in this first part of the conference and also express the satisfaction that I feel to have you here to make this meeting possible. I confess that just until yesterday, we weren't able to close the agenda. It was difficult, especially for the team that worked endlessly. But for me, it is a great pleasure to have you here in Madrid taking part in these discussions. The European Migrations Network, created in 2008, makes these meetings possible. It's an official network at community level constituted by contact points at national level to provide information, objective, updated information that can be compared on asylum and migrations and help the European Union to take decisions in these areas. And this is exactly what we're doing during these 2 days together. We're meeting to take decisions and to define the future of legal and labor migration in the EU and to decide where we're going and what we want to do. The European Union is in the midst of huge challenges that ranging from economic challenges, demographic challenges, and others. The migration policy is not the major issue, but it can play a crucial role in all of this. So we'll examine how effective migratory policy can contribute to addressing these key challenges that the European Union is facing. First of all, the economic crisis is one of the main obstacles. Migration policy that is well designed can foster the economy and bring in qualified workers. Diversity of skills and experiences from migrants can fill these labor gaps in different areas and contribute to economic growth. The contribution of migratory policy to the economic situation in Europe is a fundamental aspect, and the entry of workers from all levels, all types of qualification, and in specific areas can foster innovation and improve the competitiveness of our economies. We cannot forget the importance of fostering training in host countries to help these people once they have become established in the EU so that they continue to grow personally and become integrated and contribute to the growth of our countries. Also, migratory policy can play a role in the fighting against an aging population. With a growing proportion of the elderly in the EU, the relationship between migratory policy and the aging population is crucial to guarantee the sustainability over the long term. However, we also need to address humanitarian crises associated to migration. The European Union should play a leading role in establishing policies offering dignified hosting and asylum to refugees, respecting human rights and offering a humanitarian response to asylum seekers. This reflects the fundamental ideals of the European Union and also contributes to improving its global image and strengthening international cooperation in managing humanitarian crises. Social cohesion is also essential in the migratory context. This means not only the labor integration, but also promoting the understanding of different cultures. The European Union should work on policies that foster effective integration of migrants in host communities. Policies that foster diversity and tolerance are essential to build resilient societies and to reduce internal tensions. The promotion of inclusion and intercultural dialogue contributes to the forming of stronger communities and avoiding conflict. A few weeks ago, we held here in Madrid the 11th high-level group in the fight against hate speech and hate crime. A high-level group analyzing the evolution of the society saw that it's increasingly complex and diverse, and polarization exists in many countries. And so Intolerant discourse is becoming more and more accepted, and hate speech has become more disseminated. And our response in fighting against these crimes must be firm, and the partnerships we form must also be wide-reaching. Also, the European Union and its neighboring countries is affected by migratory policy, and we have to collaborate in migratory flows with countries outside the European Union and participate in incentivizing development in countries of origin to generate stability and reduce migratory pressure. This cooperation will benefit the European Union and its partners in strengthening relationships and promoting a multicultural focus to address these shared challenges. And to finish up, I'd like to thank all of the people that have come to Spain to work in this very important area, especially for your commitment in building a better society. And especially, I would like to thank the people of the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migrations, and the European Commission for making this meeting possible today. I'm sure that we'll take advantage of the sessions today to deal with these issues. So I hope you have a good time in Madrid. I hope that you have some time to enjoy the cultural offer here in entertainment in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very good and promising start. So I think we will continue with the agenda. We are good on time. And we will pass to the first panel, called European Labor Migration Policies to Face Different Challenges. So for that purpose, I'm going to kindly ask its moderator, Jesús Fernández Huertas, Professor of Migration and Labor Economics in the University Carlos III de Madrid, and also the rest of the panelists to come to the stage with us, please, if you can. Thank you.
While Commissioner Johansson joins us, if anybody has a question, there will be a session for questions and answers at the end of the session. So 15 minutes for questions and answers. You just need to raise your hand, and somebody will go and pick up the question, and then you can ask the panelists when the time comes. Thank you. Okay, so Again, hello, welcome everybody. I'm really glad to be here, and I want to thank the organizers for the invitation and for the opportunity to be up here today and talk to this excellent panel of speakers. We are going to be talking about labor migration policies to face different challenges. So we have with us, you already saw Commissioner Johansson, who is the European Commissioner for Home Affairs. We will also be talking to Secretary of State Castro, from whom you've already heard before. We also have with us two members of the European Parliament, Damian Beslager and Javier Moreno. And finally, as a representative from the private sector, we have Birgit Arens from Eurochambers. Okay. Before that, we have another invited speaker who is going to be Nicholas Smith, the European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, who will be joining us in video format. But let me just, before I turn the word to Commissioner Smith, just summarize a little bit what we are going to be doing here in this panel. Let me go over the challenges that Commissioner Johansson already expressed before. So we are going to be talking in this panel about four main challenges. The first one is the fact that we have an aging population in Europe. We are getting old, and we are getting old very fast. We have a problem of labor shortages. There are some sectors which cannot find the workers that they need. And this is all in the context of the third and fourth challenge, which is both the green transition and the digital transition that is going to lead us to a different type of economy in the following years. So what is the relationship of this with migration? As Secretary of State Castro put it, this is one of the solutions that we have to deal with these challenges. It's not the only solution. Maybe it's not even the main solution, but it is one of the solutions that we can have access to. These workers from other countries. And the idea is that in meeting these challenges with this solution, we can attain some type of, Commissioner Johansson mentioned the double win. I will raise it and we'll go up to the triple win. A win for the origin countries where remittances are received, a win for the receiving countries where these shortages, these challenges are met, and a win also for the migrants themselves. Then the main problem that we have, is already been mentioned, is that we need this to be politically acceptable by the host country populations, and we will be talking about that. The objective of the session is going to be to talk a little bit about the present, what are we doing about these challenges, about labor migration at the European or at the Spanish level, and what the panelists see as the future or the foreseeable future for each of these topics. And without further ado, I think we can go to Commissioner Smith's video, right?
Participants, I am very pleased to address you at this conference dedicated to labor migration. Employment in Europe is at an all-time high. And at the same time, the unemployment rate has never been lower. However, Europe faces shortages in a range of sectors, including those critical to the digital and green transitions. The aging of Europe's population sharpens the challenge even further. The care sector is a case in point. Employers all over Europe are telling me that they are struggling to find the workers they need. This is particularly true for small and medium-sized enterprises, who have fewer resources to attract skilled labor. Skilled people are the key to unlock competitiveness, growth, and innovation in the European Union. We are currently halfway through the European Year of Skills, as Vice President Skinas has pointed out. This gives us the perfect occasion to develop a strategic and comprehensive approach to closing the skills gap. When tackling labor shortages, Europe's first priority must be empowering vulnerable groups to access the labor market. I refer in particular to young people, neither in employment, education, or training, to women, persons with disabilities, and other underrepresented groups. Upskilling, reskilling, and improving working conditions are also vital for a better match between skills offer and demand. However, the size of the challenge is such that we cannot fill all the labor shortages only through bringing more people into our labor markets. We need to attract people from outside the EU at all skill levels and in a legal and strategic manner. On the 15th of November, the Commission adopted an initiative on maximizing the potential of talent mobility. This comprehensive package provides new tools to help the Union compete in the global race for a skilled workforce. It underscores the many initiatives already launched as part of Europe's 2020 skills agenda. In this package, we adopted a Commission recommendation for streamlined recognition of qualifications from third countries. The package also includes a proposal for a Council recommendation on a learning mobility framework to maximize these efforts. To facilitate the strategic international recruitment of third country nationals where they are needed on our labor markets, we proposed to create an EU talent pool. The proposal includes effective safeguards for equal treatment and fair working conditions. We need to give our citizens sufficient reassurance that the talent pool is up to the highest standards in terms of fair recruitment. It must not lead to social dumping. As we are putting forward this new tool, we know that it will only succeed if member states, their migration and employment authorities, actors at local level, businesses and social partners all work together. This is a key requirement, and I'm sure that it will also be discussed at your conference today. I wish you a fruitful exchange. Thank you.
Okay, so let's begin with our fruitful exchange, following the European Commissioner on Jobs and Social Rights, and we move to Commissioner Johansson, the European Commissioner for Home Affairs. So, how can migration policy contribute effectively to addressing the challenges that we have spelled and you have already spelled at the beginning?
Yes, this is the whole theme for the conference, of course, but let me point to three aspects that I think are important. One is that we need, from the European side, to have a strategic approach towards labor migration. We can't just rely on some companies picking the cherries from other countries, because that is not a sustainable way. We need to have partnerships with countries of origin, investing together in structures that could be mutually beneficial, and also investing in education and training that we could do together. Second, we need to make it easier for the third country nationals and their employers to find each other. Nicola Schmidt just mentioned that small and medium-sized companies have huge problems in recruiting, and we know that a lot of third country nationals rely on these intermediaries that take a lot of money to try to find jobs in another country. So we can try to shortcut that by matching people and employers in a better way, and that is what we are aiming at with the talent pool that was actually described in Politico as a Tinder for labor migration. I don't know whether that's the right way to do it, but the matching for make it easier both for the individual and for employers. I think that's important. And the third is that we need to recognize that we need people of all skills. And this is important. And of course, it's easier for a highly educated person to find a job in another country. But it's much more difficult for a blue-collar worker to be part of this labor migration. And that's why it's important that we are setting up the schemes that make it easy for also for blue-collar workers or for young people maybe without proper skills to achieve the skills, to be able to go abroad for a year or maybe longer, achieving new experience, new skills, new money, and then maybe go back with these skills and money to the country of origin and invest there. So I think a more strategic and a more European approach towards labor migration is what we are aiming at, and I can also say that this is also what I feel from the member states that they are more and more aiming at. I'm not into changing the responsibility, the competence between member states and the EU, but we can actually gain much more if we work closer together and more strategic on labor migration.
Okay, on that note, thanks for your answer. On that note, le pasamos la palabra ahora a la Secretaria de Estado.
And now I'd like to give the floor to State Secretary Castro. And from the point of view of a member state, here the Spanish point of view, the same question: how can migratory policy effectively contribute when facing these challenges? Yes, as I was saying in my opening speech, there can be a solution to various challenges that we've identified already here that affect the Spanish labor market, but also that of the European Union, one of which is quite clear, which is the aging population in Europe, as well as the need for workers in particular sectors. So we talk about the need to attract talent, bringing people with high qualifications, but we also have needs for workers in sectors that have lower or medium-level qualifications. And this is going to require cross-cutting policies that affect various actors, the first of which, quite clear, is that our own labor markets have to have workers which are better trained and adapted to an ever-changing reality. So we need to be able to offer those skills, but that migration can also be one of the solutions to this challenge we're facing in various countries of the European Union. To give the perspective of a particular member state, in Spain, we're working along these lines using migratory policy as a solution towards these problems. We've changed our legislation over the last few years as well, and quite intensively as well. We're seeing a promotion of regular migration, and it's not just a slogan. When we talk about regular migration, we're working on specific projects. We're trying to also increase hiring in the country of origin to offer greater stability to the circular migration, which is fundamental for our country as well. It also means that we have to change the catalog of occupations which are difficult to fulfill. We also have to be able to take initiatives to work in the administration to remove bureaucratic burden, to become more agile, adapting to the situation out there, not trying to get them to adapt to us. And so we have this unit for processing of immigration documentation in Spain, which is quite new, which can help on that. And there's also, of course, the way that we're working on the single permanent long-term residence directive. And in Spain, we'll be doing everything possible to make sure that those directives are adopted as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
Transition easy, because now we turn the floor to the members of the European Parliament. We are going to start with Mr. Boslager. So, same question for you. How can migration policy, from the point of view of the European Parliament, contribute effectively to addressing these challenges?
Good morning, and thanks for having me here. I think we have heard quite a lot of facts about, how dire the situation is on our labor markets. And I would see the issues more with how we regulate labor migration. Maybe three things, like how we talk about labor migration, how we regulate it, and how we implement it. When we talk about how we talk about it, the narrative is often mixed with asylum. And I work on asylum files, and I think it's very important we set up a functioning asylum system. But let's separate the debate from asylum from the one on labor migration. I think there's a broader consensus, a large consensus in our societies that orderly migration into our labor markets is very much needed. And I think we need to look at this more from an economic perspective, maybe also take the topic out of the home ministries sometimes. I think in Spain we have a very positive debate about it. But in some other countries, the home ministries are very much with the control focus. How can I make sure it's not abused rather than from an economic perspective? The second point on how to regulate, I mean, here clearly we have the perspective that it makes sense to use the European Union as a whole. And I think some of our countries still think that they can be attractive to international talent by just doing their own little thing. And there's just one fact which I always find so striking. Even under Trump, the US was more attractive to international talent than the European Union. That's insane. There's someone saying, I don't want any of these people, I hate migrants, it's literally what he says, it's a quote. And still people would rather go there to this country than to come to the European Union. So we need to use our European labor market, we need to unify it also for third country nationals, there needs to be freedom of movement, and that's what we're trying with the long-term residence directive, basically at least once you're here for a while to get freedom of movement. We also did that with Javier together for the blue card to get a bit more attractive for international talent. And then to the implementation, I do want to talk about this 1 second. I have multiple people coming to me in Berlin and elsewhere who tell me horrible stories about how they had to wait outside the authorities to get their visa renewed. There are people who got their child alone in hospital because their husband couldn't come yet because of delayed family reunification procedures. We need to get better at this. We need to understand that international talent is someone that we need to serve, that we need to care for. So the whole approach of how we deal with visa applications and family reunification rights needs to be completely shifted around into how can we serve you in the best and possible way that you have a good experience coming here. Because currently the experience in most countries is really not dignified, to say it a bit more calmly. Yeah? But I really believe that this is something we need to work on, otherwise people will, as you said, say, I'm going to go somewhere else.
Okay, thanks a lot. And another perspective from the European Parliament by Mr. Moreno.
Good morning to everybody. Bonjour à tous les participants. Buenos días a todas y a todos. En primer lugar, felicitar.
So first of all, I'd like to commend the organizers, because holding this conference right now is an important moment in migratory policy. We're trying to close the Migratory Pact right now, which I think is going in the right direction. The Commission, as the Commissioner herself has said, have put out various proposals for regulatory migration. I think the Secretary of State said it earlier, we would all agree that this is part of the solution to the challenges we're facing. But we need to bring that out there into the street. For example, just go out and look at the political tension in the street. And why am I talking about what's going on here right now? I want to tell you a story, something that happened to me a few weeks ago. I was participating in a TV program in Strasbourg, French television, and I was debating with a representative, member of the European Parliament from the Rassemblement National, so Marine Le Pen's team. And we had this debate that you can imagine, well, which got quite lively, and things started heating up. In a particular point in time, I looked this person right in the eyes and said, Mr. Olivier, have you thought about the fact that you could have been born in Kabul, you could have been a woman? And he just stared at me. What I'm trying to say is that nobody chooses where they're born. We all have the right to improve our lives, and those rights, I think the great challenge we're facing, or that these migrants are facing, these workers, men and women, they come with rights. We need to respect them and integrate them into our societies, and to do so, the first thing we have to do right now at this point in time, and taking into account the fact there's going to be European elections, is make sure that our narrative wins out over that of the extreme right. Commissioner Earbad also says in all of the interventions it's a completely normal phenomenon. I think it's good for us. This is an opportunity for us. We have many tools that set up a kind of puzzle, a game, a mosaic. We have to work on all the initiatives to foster regular migration. And this is done by working together with the countries of origin. We need to work together with the countries of origin and not such as the Pact of Tunis, for example, but we need to work together with them because we need that type of migration, as the other panelists have already pointed out. But what's going on is that we need to make sure that the whole thing makes sense and to keep working, to keep making progress. But the challenge that we've got is to try to convince the average person on the street that migration is positive and that we need it.
Go deeper exactly into that. So, and I turn again to Commissioner Johansson. So in view of this strategic importance of migration and the positive effect, so how can we do what Mr. Moreno was suggesting? How can we communicate to society the opportunities arising from orderly and safe migration management?
I think that it's very often that the case that people are afraid of people they don't know and have not met. And that's why in my introduction I started to talk about all these migrants that are already here. They are already an important part of our labor market. So I think it's important that we make it visible how much we rely on migrants in our labor market today. And that will be a total catastrophe if the migrants will not go to their job tomorrow. We will be, in a real crisis then. And what we are doing now is not completely new, but we would like to work more strategically. We would like to work more European, and we would like to scale up the labor migration. So I think giving visibility to all the migrants that we already have that are part of us, that are part of our community, and it's not a threat if there are more of them.
Thanks. Secretaria de Estado Castro.
State Secretary Castro, I've got the same question for you. How can we communicate better to our citizens about the challenge, the opportunities that migration can offer when carried out in a way which is safe and properly organized? Yes, I would share in what was said by the Commissioner about how important it is to explain to people the weight that migrants have in our lives, not only on an economic level, but also socially. The contribution that they make economically towards sustaining our welfare states cannot be doubted, and we need to be able to explain this message better to people. But there's also the positive aspect that it has for our societies in terms of interculturality. We must be able to explain how people are born in a different area with different cultures, different ways of solving problems, also benefits us as a society. And this conference, such as today's conference, can help us in that dissemination. The better we're able to explain this, the better we're able to get this message across, then the more we can contribute to offering an answer to these challenges that Javier was mentioned. This is a basic concern that the Commissioner also mentioned. The European Union, we cannot tolerate racism and xenophobia because they actually harm our states and the way that we understand democracy. The Secretary of State in Spain believes that our Observatory Against Racism and Xenophobia can actually help in both of these aspects, and studies have shown so as well, the way in which migrants actually contribute to our economic development and to monitor hate speech, which are a basic danger in our times, I believe.
Mr. Boslager, so what's your view on this issue? What is the best way of communicating to society these opportunities arising from orderly and safe migration management?
I think there are two sides to it. The first side is, I once talked to a person studying demographics, and they said, the cool thing about my science is it is actually a science. Yeah? You can, with demographics, very clearly say how many people will live here in 10 years, 20 years, and so on, based on birth rates and life expectancy. And the facts are very, very simple. We are already at a labor shortage point right now, and it will get worse, much, much worse. It's not going to get better. This will drive inflation. This has a lot of economic consequences. It has consequences for our social system, for our pension systems. I think we need to be a bit more honest about this, and that also, and that's the second side, means that politicians need to be a bit braver when talking about the topic of migration. And therefore, I think the separation of topics is super important. Labor migration is something that we either work out, and we are already doing it a lot, but we need to get much better, or we have a huge issue. But that also means that we need to separate these kind of scapegoating narratives that sometimes happen. Yeah? Recently in Germany, someone said, oh, our dentists don't have enough spaces because of migration. This is exactly the kind of narrative that is extremely harmful and where we need stronger responses. Because if our dental system doesn't work, which is, by the way, a lie, then we need to fix our dental system. If we have integration challenges, then we need to fix them. If we need more social housing, then we need to build more social housing. But don't always scapegoat. You know, we should really fight when people scapegoat certain categories of our society, and we really need to fight that. So for me, I think we need more brave heads of states, ministers, talking about the fact that we want and need migration, and we need to fight these populist narratives that happen in all our countries. There's not a single far-right party that didn't rise on the topic of migration. And so I think it's really important that we have strong and clear argumentations about this.
Okay, thanks a lot, and no less for your defense of the role of academics, so thank you. Le paso de nuevo la palabra a...
I'd like to once again give the floor to Javier Moreno, who introduced the issue to us, and perhaps might like to give us a bit more detail about what is the best way to communicate with our citizens about these opportunities. Well, first of all, as was said before, when talking about fighting against the narrative of the far right, the fake news, the lies, and as Damien said as well, we have to do something which can be quite complex, which is to tell success stories. For example, we're talking a lot about the lack of population in villages throughout Europe, for example. We've seen cases in Italy where this has worked. We need to talk about people, we need this. As the State Secretary and the Commissioner said, if the migrants were not here, then there's many sectors that actually wouldn't function properly. Secondly, from the very first moment migrants come, we need to foster their integration. And how can we ensure this? We can do this by offering equal opportunities. I'm a child of immigrants. My parents and I had the same rights as national residents of the country that we were living in. From the very first moment, we need to integrate people by accepting their culture and moreover understanding that it is beneficial for us. And I think the Commissioner mentioned this as well, if I'm not mistaken, and this is my last point, it's true that the more contact there is between third country nationals and our local population, then there's less fear, less lies. Let me give you an example. In Switzerland, each time they have a vote on some migratory issue, you know, they vote in their cantons there and they have their double majorities, etc., etc. Well, in the big cities, normally the results are positive. There are some very small cantons where if they saw a migrant, they might have seen one over there out in the field one time. They have more fear. They're not in contact with those people and they vote against these pro-migratory policies. So these three things that I've mentioned, taken together, are important. What can be most difficult of all of them is offering a good explanation. We don't talk about all the positive things that these workers, men and women, bring from their third countries. Thank you.
Yes. We have from the policy side. So now we turn a little bit to the private sector. So, Mrs. Arens, what should be the role of the social partners and the private sector in the design and implementation of these legal migration policies that we have been talking about? How can the private sector be further involved?
Well, the private sector should definitely be involved, but before I go into that, let me just give you some pieces of information to also contribute to the debate. Eurochambers runs its economic survey every year, and this year we are at our 31st edition. We have gathered replies from more than 43,000 companies across Europe, and they indicate that for next year, labor costs and the lack of skilled workers are among the top three challenges that they are facing. So yes, we are there, we have labor shortages, and businesses don't know how to fill them. And this year, earlier this week, we brought some 800 entrepreneurs from across Europe to the hemicycle of the European Parliament in Brussels. on the occasion of our European Parliament of Enterprises. And when we raised the question of skills that businesses need, we also asked them, okay, do you think that legal migration would help in bringing the talents that you need? And 88% of the people in the room voted yes. We consider legal migration as an important element in filling our labor gaps. So, yes, there is still a fear factor around, but businesses are very well aware that they cannot do without talents from abroad anymore for the future. When you speak about involving the private sector in the policy making, I said, yes, they should definitely be there. I'm looking at things from the private sector perspective, and what I see is, okay, we speak about labor migration, but there we do not only have what we call strictly the migration policies. We also speak about employment, and we speak about education when we speak about the recognition of the diplomas or the skills that these people have, which means that as an employer, I'm faced with, I don't know how many administrative departments and ministries on the country level. And particularly when I'm considering myself as a small and medium-sized enterprise, this is a headache. I mean, I already have enough trouble now making my business running and also being competitive. So if on top, I need to start thinking, okay, on top of finding now my apprentice, if I'm a crafts business, for example, I need to take into consideration, okay, can he or she speak the language? Does he or she know how we are working? Does he or she know how to work and speak to colleagues? I mean, this is loads of questions that need answering, and therefore, as businesses, we would very much like our voice to be heard in the dialogue, in all of those areas where we are affected by the contribution or the possible onboarding of talents from third countries. We also think that we need most of all a multi-level and a multi-stakeholder approach. When I speak about multi-level, okay, we have the European level, then we come down to the national level, and then we come to the regional and local level. And as we are very diverse in Europe, each country has decided to do things differently. So sometimes you go to your local administration, sometimes you need to go to the regional level, and on other occasions you need to go to the national level. And there we think we need a dialogue, we need better communication, and most of all, we need faster and easier processes and ways of bringing new people on board. And so we have made some experiences at Eurochambers in the case of different projects that we have carried out for the integration of third country nationals into the labor market. And yes, we need a full integration process. That means when these people arrive, they need to speak the language, they need to learn the language, they need to learn about how to behave in the new environment, what the rules of the country are, and the rules for co-living with the population. And there, a lot of communication again is needed, intercultural competences and intercultural communication. And we think also that we are really moving into the right direction, but it's all a question of time and of speed. And we very much appreciate the initiatives taken by the Commission of setting up the talent pool and the talent partnerships, because we really think that these can create good foundations. But we need to think now on how business can be involved there.
Okay, thanks a lot. So, what's the view from the point? Well, Señor Moreno,
Mr. Moreno, in the European Parliament, what is your view on how the private sector should become involved to try to alleviate headaches in the design and implementation of migratory policies? Should they become involved, and how should they become involved? First of all, in the directives that we worked on, and on yours, on the long term residency and the single permit, drawing up the regulations, we've had meetings with players from the different areas in the social and labor areas, and from the very beginning at the European Parliament, we integrated this into our positions. Now, the big problem is negotiations with the Council. When I negotiate with the Council from the beginning, I say we have a dual focus: workers, men and women, but bearing in mind the interests of our companies. And that's where the big fight is. They want to maintain under their control, the control of the administrations, the calendar. Let me give you an example. In the negotiation with the blue card, we wanted to include not only academic qualifications, but also experience. And if I have a company, a telecom company, for example, and I know that there's an engineer in India who is very good, why does the administration have to become involved? I'm not going to hire someone who is not good for my company. There has to be a certain minimum level, of course, but they want to slow everything down. And so the negotiation, the BUCAR, and I talked with the Secretary of State about this, we have to be attractive. Entrepreneurs have to know how much time it will take to process workers coming in. The most important thing is, and I'm insisting that we have to define this. If I have a company and I want to hire someone from a third country, I want to know if I'll be able to hire them in 3 months, 6 months, or a year. Maybe I wouldn't be interested if it takes a year. So at the European Parliament, we want to be ambitious and we want to make the shortest timelines possible and reduce bureaucracy. So we're negotiating this, and I hope that the Spanish presidency will help me with this, with some of the more reticent countries, because if it's not attractive, it's not worthwhile. Lastly, it's very important to give all of this visibility. Let me give you another example. I'm a rapporteur for a commercial agreement with Canada, the famous Z agreement, and I was making a visit to Canada, and the Canadians were very happy because there was an agreement signed between the European architects and Canada. And I said, do you know about the blue card for highly qualified workers? And the architects would be included there, and they didn't know anything about the blue card. So when we do come up with directives, the member states and the Commission and the Parliament must give greater visibility to this. If not, all this work is for naught. So this single permit can be requested by workers in their home countries. That's an improvement in the directive. And if they don't know about this blue card that allows them, this could be to work in several different companies in Spain, France, and they can move around. If no one knows about the blue card, then everything we're doing is for naught. So obviously, the private sector and also the social sector have to be involved, not only in drawing up these directives and these rules, but also the implementation and making all of these tools visible, everything that we are working on. Thank you very much.
So what's your view on the same issue? What should be the involvement of the social partners, the private sector, in the design and implementation of migration policies?
I want to fully underline what Javier has just said, because I think these associations, business associations, they all work, you have local, regional, national, and European, and most of the information goes up to the European. And that's great. Then we have these panels together in Brussels where we talk about all these things. And that can help, to shape the debate in the Commission and Parliament. But the truth is that the position of the other chamber, of the other co-legislator, comes from the capitals, from the 27 capitals. And I feel, honestly, that there's a lack of influence not even influence, but just being transparent about the same things that we are saying on the European level, also there, especially from the private sector. I can give you also two very concrete examples. I'm, as you said, the lead negotiator for the long-term residence directive. Currently, the Spanish presidency is very much trying to make this go over the line in the council, in between the 27 ministers there. But there is one country, France, which is like pushing this further and further. So where is the business voice that is actually saying, dear French president, you're going against our interests. We need to have a better long-term residence status where we have mobility for people who have this status. The second example will, of course, be the talent pool. And I'm, by the way, very happy that Politico took up my Tinder. I put it actually as the frame. And I have been working on this, as you know, for like since 2020, proposing this again and again in Parliament. So for me, yesterday was a very cool day that we see this proposal coming from the Commission. It made me very happy. But there will be discussions. And the discussions will be about whether member states should, for example, all be part of it, or whether it's voluntary, as the Commission proposed. I think, for example, if you want to have a matching platform that matches international talent with vacancies in Europe, but Europe is only 3 countries, that's not going to work. Like, then you're not going to do the Make It in Europe platform if you don't know whether you can actually find jobs in all EU countries. So there are huge steps to be taken still. And if we let the member states go, if we don't actually put the pressure on these ministries and tell the Minister of the Economy to talk to their Home Affairs Minister and influence them and say, look, what you're doing is not in favor of our economy. It's not in favor of what we want. You have a wrong perspective on migration sometimes, sorry. Then we will not be successful. So I really, this is a strong call for all involved partners to not forget that we have co-legislators on the European level. That means we have a lot of power in Parliament, also don't forget that. But you need to go where the opinion is being defined on the national level in these ministries of the interior and in the ministries of the economy to really put pressure.
Thanks a lot.
¿Puedo romper el protocolo?
Can I go against the protocol here? Just one second, it's something I forgot to say before. If we want to do things at European level, and I've seen this in the negotiations, we have to make member states to trust one another. They don't trust one another. In the negotiations, I realize they don't trust one another. So if we want to do things at European level, as Damian just said, there has to be trust between member states. I just had to add that because I think it's very important. And that was just what I was going to ask the Secretary of State, Castro, talking about the role of states in this context of this question about the role of the private sector in designing and implementing migratory policy. We've seen in the European Parliament that there are certain complaints about the role of states. How do you see this?
Been doing an amazing job in trying to push this ahead. Yeah? So this is really not a criticism of the Spanish, because you have done it really, really well, and I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for that.
So, okay, maybe, tal vez no seas...
Maybe that you're not receiving these complaints, actually, but as representing Spain, what would you say? Thanks very much for this comment that you just made, and I have a whole team behind the Spanish presidency and organizing all this, is doing a lot of work with the 2 directives, and I'm sure that amongst all of us, we will be able to bring all of this forward. Now, in terms of the question, and the people have already spoken about the importance of the private sector in the design of policy, and that's very clear that they play a vital role in public policy. We have the obligation of creating the regulatory conditions to facilitate this legal migration, and as Bridget said, eliminating all of the bureaucracy, and as Javier said, we to make this as quick as possible, but also speakers have talked about the importance of this private sector in the implementation of policy. Once we have the regulation, once we have clear regulatory rules, we have to put together specific projects. Many times we want safe migration. We all agree with that, but then after that, we have to have a project in a country with workers, with the country of destination, and In Spain, we have examples of big collaborations and projects that are being implemented with companies that have become involved in this. We also have an organization in Spain since 2005. It's the Tripartite Commission, and it's the trade unions and companies and the government. They will work together. And I think that that's also very important to design and implement these projects, and also the evaluation of migratory policies. That will be the last stage of this process. First of all, we design, then we have to be able to implement in specific projects. This will help us, what we said before, to explain to the citizens why we want this migratory policy. And lastly, we have to evaluate best practices and how we can replicate these and extrapolate these. Thank you very much.
This is a good mention for the academics world, who can be in charge of evaluating part of these good practices. Let me change a little bit the topic within the same area and turn to one of the issues that both of you mentioned in your introductions. So the next question I want to ask you is, how can migrants be protected from exploitation and irregular work? So we've been talking about these legal channels for labor migration, but there is still the issue of exploitation and irregular work, maybe related to these channels, maybe outside of these channels. So what are your views on this issue? And I will start with, empiezo con el señor Moreno.
I'm going to begin with Mr. Moreno. Now, with all of these instruments for regular migration, we have to protect our workers and integrate them, men and women. Now, all of the directives that we're working on, there's a part of those directives that refers to protection and equal treatment. So I think the most important thing is equal treatment, especially, I'm going to go back to the beginning of what I was saying earlier, breaking down the narrative of the extreme right. The extreme right, racist, xenophobic, that doesn't want migrants. They're the ones that have these workers in the fields in the south of Spain harvesting crops and having them sleep in containers. And so that is where we need to take action. And the only way to do this is by working with the regular immigration instruments that we have. And each directive has a section referring to the protection of these workers, as if they were workers in the countries, residents in the countries themselves, or citizens of the countries themselves. So that part of the directives is, the European Parliament is happy with what's being proposed in terms of unemployment. In the blue card, for example, you cannot lose your blue card because you become ill or something like that. So I think what we need to do is to protect workers, and as I said, from the very beginning, integrate these people. And at the end of the day, they're going to form part of the cultural, linguistic wealth or culinary wealth of our societies, because these people are here to think that migration in prehistoric people move. This is something natural. This is part of humankind, as the commissioner, I think, mentioned. So we should face this challenge and see an opportunity for all of us. Thank you.
Let's look for the point of view of the Commission. So, Commissioner Johansson, so what's your view on how can migrants be better protected from exploitation and irregular work?
Yes, this is an extremely important point. And this, of course, there's not only one solution, because we have to act in different areas for this. So I would like to take a few examples where I think, first, I think it's about the narrative, where migrant workers are not cheap workforce. Migrant workers are talents, and skilled people that we need in the labor market. So it's not by accident that we call the talent pool a talent pool, because you are searching for all levels, but still for specific skills that is needed in the labor market. So this is important. Everybody in the European labour market, of course, should have the same rights, the same level of labour protection and salaries and so on. And this is, of course, defined on a national level. It's not an EU competence, but it's extremely important that that works. What we can do from the EU level is, for example, we are now looking into the Seasonal Workers Directive to assess, because this is an area where people are being exploited, we know that. We are, together with Xavier, we did the blue card to also have the higher protection of individuals that get sick or unemployed. We do the same now with the single permit. For example, that you can leave one employer where you have bad conditions. You will have a time to find a new job, and then you can go there. So there are different things we can do on the European level to strengthen this. But it's also important what you can do on a national level. And labor market policy is mainly national policy, national competence. Just to give you one example, before I became commissioner, I was Minister for Labor in Sweden. We had a lot of newly arrived immigrants and refugees in Sweden. So we set up a cooperation with the social partners in each profession. So the social partners in each profession took on their migrants, so to say, to introduce them to the labor market. Many of the unions set up mentor system, and that's a way to be introduced to the rights and to know also what you can expect. I also experienced that for some of those that are coming, they don't really know the difference between the regular labor market and the grey or black labor market. And it's important, of course, with all this information on the huge difference. So there are a lot of things we can do and are doing, and we can also do more, even also on the European level. And for the talent pool, for example, we set up a lot of safeguards, actually, to make sure that we don't get criminal or unserious employers into the system. So that should be one of the things. But I think also that what needs to be addressed here is that we actually have a lot of people staying irregularly in the European Union. And this is a huge problem. That's why we need to make sure that those that are not eligible to stay should have a swift decision on their returns, not staying for years in a country before you got the message that you're not allowed to stay. So this is part of the new Pact of Migration and Asylum, a swift asylum procedure, and at the same time, if you do not have the right to asylum, you will have a return decision at the same time. And then we know that this is much more efficient with the returns. Member States can, of course, regularize those that are staying irregularly in a country. This is a national competence, and that is one way to do it. But I think really that we should not incentivize to have a huge gray zone of people without the right to stay, because it's extremely difficult to give them the right in the labor market because they don't have the right to stay in the European Union in the first place. And that's why it's so important for the overall migration policy that we turn away from dangerous, life-threatening, irregular, smuggling-sponsored pathways to the European Union, and instead invest in these legal pathways for labor migration, but also for those in need of international protection that should not either risk their lives on these smuggling routes.
So thanks a lot.
Again, we're going to complement the European vision with the vision of Spain. The Secretary of State Castro, the same question: how can migrants be protected in the best way from irregular working and exploitation? Well, first of all, as we talk about the need to communicate to citizens that the advantages of migration, we also have to make an effort so that the migrant workers know their rights. That's the first effort that needs to be made. And sometimes they don't know what rights they have, and they should be treated equally as all other workers. So that's a big effort that needs to be made as governments. And linking up with the previous question, the private sector, the business organizations, and so forth also need to make this effort and become involved in this process. Also, I'm a labor inspector. That was my permanent job, And so from my own labor experience in my previous world, my previous job, I can say that the biggest risk that person can suffer is a migrant person, I think, is seeing the greatest danger of labor exploitation. Those 6 years of work, that experience that I had, there's exploitation faces those people who are here irregularly, are in a grave situation of exploitation. So we need to be working with serious workers, with serious companies, employing them, and when we're pursuing the irregular economy, we're protecting people who are suffering these situations, but we're also protecting the labor market and getting them to comply with the regulations. So we need to devote a lot of effort to this. And so I apologize for referring to my former job, but I think that I do have that experience and know that that's some of the things that we do need to do. Thanks very much.
Talk about the firms that are serious and that they do not employ irregular migrants. So what's the point of view of the firm side? So how can migrants be better protected from exploitation and irregular work?
Well, I mean, the main points have already been highlighted by all of the panelists this morning. When you speak about legal migration, we want these talents from abroad as businesses. It's not for exploiting them. We value them as talents. Yeah. And it is very important for businesses that these people are fully integrated. That means, yes, you need to go through the full integration process, and I'll repeat myself with what I said earlier. They need to learn the language, they need to know how the countries run. This also involves, yes, okay, we have our culture, and we also learn how they live and what are the norms of the society, and at the same time they learn, okay, what rights and what obligations do we have as citizens of this new country. And when we speak about the rights, of course, this is also related to the labor market rights. And there, businesses or business organizations and trade unions can give, and in many of the countries, already give a helping hand to migrants to explain to them, okay, what are your obligations and what are your rights? And this avoids cases of exploitation. And when these people feel, okay, I want to make this new country my new home country, they will gladly to work towards it. But then we have, as Commissioner Johansson said, these people who are in an irregular situation in the EU, who don't really want to go back home, because they are afraid of the retaliations that they will get when they get back home. Let's not forget that many of the people who migrate, okay, they migrate because there is war, because there's political instability in the country, or simply because they don't know how to make a living and they are afraid of dying. And so they come over, but they don't have, for certain reasons, not the right to stay in our countries. But in the countries of origin, you sometimes have a whole group of people, different families, or even a village gathering money to bring this person to Europe via an illegal channel, because they all hope this guy will get rich in Europe and he will pay back all of the money. So if this guy comes to Europe, is told, no, you don't have the right to be here, you need to go back home, he's afraid of going back home because he owes a lot of money to all of these people back in his village. And he might, in extreme cases, get killed if he gets back. So it's a very difficult situation. That doesn't mean that we should systematically legalize all illegal migrants, but I think we should find ways of dealing in an efficient way with this situation. I mean, European Union can be compared to an ocean. We have big fish, we have small fish, we have nice fish, we have bad fish. So we need to make sure that the bad fish don't eat the nice ones, and also that these bad fish don't abuse of irregular migrants' situations. And I think we have quite, at the different levels, already different safeguards in place. And we need to make sure that these safeguards are well enforced and that it's made clear to businesses that this enforcement is taking place and that they need to stick with the rules. And this brings me back to communication. communicating how business need to go about the recruitment process of third country nationals, how to help them onboard them, and also at the same time inform those third country nationals themselves, okay, what is your right and what is your obligation? And I mean, as a point of information, but also maybe a thought to keep in mind while we discuss about these issues, I would like to speak about an experience that we've made in one of our projects, which is called Archipelago. It's running out this year, whereby, thanks to creating European partnerships between European business organizations and business organizations from countries from the Sahel and Lake Chad zone, we have strengthened vocational education and training in those African countries. And one of the points we need to take into account is that in those countries, what we call the gray or the black market, labor market, is the rule. It's not something unusual, it's a rule. You have more companies operating in the gray, in the black market, than in the official economy. And of course, this also means that when those people come to Europe, for them it's normal if they don't get a working contract, because at home, this is the standard. So, but this brings me again back, then okay, we need to keep this in the back of our mind, and so we need to communicate, and we need to teach them. Here in Europe, we do things differently. And if really you want to go somewhere, okay, be brave and talk about things when they don't go right. Don't be afraid that if you behave, or let's say, if you talk about it, you will get excluded from the community, like it may happen in your country of origin.
Okay, thank you very much. So thanks to all the panelists for the great effort they did in adhering to the times that we had set for their answers. So now it's time for you to participate. So we have some minutes for questions from the floor for the panelists. So I don't know if you already have some questions. We see nothing from here. So
there's one over there.
Okay, you see. That's great.
We have two, like,
lady in white.
I see nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, two persons at least.
we have a
So
microphone.
somebody should give them the mic. Yes. So we can start whenever somebody is ready to ask a question, which I don't really see.
Maybe someone else is ready already with their question, so we can continue. Yeah, I think that's
okay. So here is somebody who wants to ask. No, they can ask. Yeah.
Venga, Ana, anímate.
There's a microphone.
Thank you very much. I would like to put a very short question. What's the relation between the European labour migration policies and the European Migration Pact, and how both things are going or not to be linked, and to what extent? Thank you.
So maybe Commissioner,
Yes,
you want to
I
start?
can answer that. So there's not really a formal link between the Pact on Migration and Asylum. It contains of 11 legislative files that bringing more of Europeanized system. But when we presented the pact and all the legislation, we also presented initiatives on legal migration and labor migration, because politically they fit together. Because you need a comprehensive approach towards migration. And that's why, for example, these two directives we're talking about, the single permit and the long-term residence permit, what I presented yesterday with the talent pool, what we have already launched with the talent partnership, this fits into the overall migration policy, but there is no formal legal link.
Sí, gracias. ¿Se me oye? Si puedo añadir algo.
If I could just add something, and the Commissioner knows this as well, this is something I like to say, is that the Pact on Migration, its goal is to try to organize irregular migration, more or less. So I'll go back to what I said before. We have to put emphasis on the other part that the Commissioner has done very well, in everything that has to do with regular migration instruments. The media focus on this part here. That's why we need to put emphasis on the other. So they're concerned with this defensive position. The public concerners think that we need to control irregular migration, which of course we do, but there's the other side, which is legal migration, that we have to make sure that it's clear that it is actually part of the pact of migration as well.
I really like to differentiate between asylum and migration. They're two different questions in a way, or labor migration if you want. One is, asylum is how can we help you? Yeah? Like how can we make sure that you get shelter and you're safe? And the question of labor migration is how can you help us? Yeah? And then you benefit from it as well. But I think it's really important to separate these two worlds and to make this also in our public speeches very clear. I think there are some intersections already that we can see, for example, for the long-term residence directive. I mean, one thing that Parliament asks for is that you can already get it after 3 years. So if you can get a long-term residence status after 3 years, that would help the Ukrainians who can get the temporary protection status 1, 2, 3 years, because then they could actually move from the temporary protection into, for example, long-term residence. So there are interlinkages, but I would really normally like to keep the two worlds very much apart.
Do any of you want to add something? Okay, so let me see if we have more questions. I see a raised hand.
Hola, buenos días.
Good morning, and thank you very much for this presentation that we're having today. My name is Estrella Moran, and I think this debate is quite interesting. It's giving us a lot of useful information. The question I've got that I'd like to ask you all is about, or mention the concern that we have about, we're going to align the different narratives. They're necessary, but how to line that up with the real message that we see when we talk about the fact that there's this very, very strict control of the borders. There are symbols that try to criminalize migration. We're managing European borders as if we were a fortress Europe. So we're questioning human rights issues or violations thereof, but at the same time, the messages coming from many of you are quite positive in nature. So we need to make sure that these different narratives somehow can be harmonized or lined up, as well as migratory policies. And how are we going to do that? A European pact that doesn't work on safe and legal migration, about people being able to arrive on our shores safely, that doesn't try to foster a management of migration and asylum with a focus on human rights, is a pact which will contribute to offer a negative perspective of those people and the fact that so many people are seeing them as actually a threat.
So maybe Commissioner Johansson, you want to answer that?
Yes. First, I don't agree with you that we are violating fundamental rights, or that we're building a fortress Europe. I think it's important that we make the distinction between those that are eligible to stay in the European Union and those that are not. And that's what I started to say. We need to prevent the irregular departures towards the European Union facilitated by the smugglers. not at least because this is actually a way where a lot of people lose their lives, or being beaten, being raped, being treated in a inhumane way. But we need migration, and that's why we need to invest in the legal pathways. And I must say also that the discussions I have in member states with citizens is that a lot of citizens make this link. Should we accept a lot of illegally staying migrants that don't really have the right to stay, that have asked for asylum and got a negative decision? Should they stay here? Or should they leave so that we can instead invite those that have a right to stay, that are coming on legal pathways in an orderly and safe way? And for me, the last answer is the right answer. We need to manage migration in an orderly way. That goes both for the asylum and for the labor and migration and migration for other purposes. Just to give you a few figures, we had last year 3.5 million people coming legally to the European Union. 3.5 million legally. At the same time, we had 330,000 irregular arrivals. Nobody talks about the legal ways. But this is the big part of the migration to Europe. A third of them came for labor purposes. And this is the part that should grow. And the irregular arrivals is the part that should be smaller.
So we have the two members of the European, so Mr. Boslager this time first.
I don't know if you remember, but in the beginning of the conversation I said, the consensus on labor migration might be a bit higher. Yeah, because when it comes to asylum, I do not agree fully with the Commissioner. And I think the question is, recently I got an Instagram message of someone who is saying, like, my family is trying to get over to Europe, they really need shelter, but I've realized that there is no safe pathway to Europe. So at the moment, there is, the whole system that we're building, from my perspective, is going in the direction of really trying to close the borders as much as possible and not allow anyone in. And if there were, safe pathways to ask for asylum, then maybe there would be a different scenario. But they currently do not exist. And so for me, I think when we talk about labor migration, that's why I like to keep the words separate. Don't fall into the illusion that by increasing labor migration, we will somehow take away the interest of people who are fleeing to look for, to look for shelter. You will not stop people from migrating because of the right to seek asylum. And we talk about irregular crossings. We have the right to seek asylum. And I agree with the Commissioner, we don't have the right to get asylum. Yeah? You have the right to seek asylum. But this right to seek asylum, and there we are in a fortress direction, we're constantly undermining. And if we say we want to reduce irregular migration, it basically means we want to reduce the amount of people who can seek asylum. And so for me, I really think that the whole asylum pact is not going in the direction that I would see as working. And one last point on this, if you talk to cities like Berlin, Paris, and so on, many of them don't know if this will actually decrease the amount of people there or whether it would just increase the amount of, let's say, irregular or undocumented people there. So I think that's why, this is a labor migration conference. Let's talk about labor migration where we all agree a bit more. When it comes to asylum, I think there can be very different visions of where we're heading.
So, Mr. Moreno.
Aquí con la cuestión del pacto migratorio.
About the issue of the Pact of Migration, I think the idea behind it is let's leave the management and control. Are we going to leave that over to the hands of the mafia, or are we going to take control of the policies again? I don't like the pact very much either, but at least it is trying to put things into an orderly way. And why do I not like it? Well, if I go back to the beginning, what I said before about the narrative, our prime ministers and our ministers are the ones who have to deal with this wave of the far right, and with elections coming up as well, then they have to be careful. They have to be cautious. But having said that, I go back to what I said before. We need to win out in terms of the narrative. 300,000 people who came irregularly in the last year, well, already this year, but we're going to reach 500,000 by December. Really? 50,000 people 300,000 people, can that be an invasion? Because many people call it an invasion. We're talking about 350 million people that we live here. We know about how many migrations there are in the world now, how many have been throughout history. I don't think we can really say that 300,000 people compared to 350 million can be called any sort of invasion. So I think we do have the capacity to deal with that. And we've proven that we do. In 3 months, we were able to take 5 million Ukrainians into our societies. Did our societies break apart? Has there been more unemployment? Has there been more violence? No. So what we need to take into account or think about is whether or not this is not actually perhaps a problem of the color of someone's skin, of the region that they have, sexual status, etc. And so this is something that I've been saying throughout this entire conference, is that we have to make sure that our narrative wins out over that of the far right.
Okay, muchas gracias. So this is a big issue, the last one that Mr. Moreno was setting up, the narrative. And now I have this bunch of questions from the audience, and thank you for them, but now we have little time to address them. But let me try to go over a few of them. So Safin Hassan, Director, Foreign Office, Bangladesh, is asking for more concrete questions, not these big questions. He's asking whether, or she's asking whether the EU countries making their the EU countries making their societies prepare for the workers coming from different parts of the world. And a more specific question, can sector-wise assignment of job opportunities be confirmed in advance? I guess this is referring in particular to the EU talent pool. So maybe I will start with you again, Commissioner Johansson.
Well, I think this is really about the EU talent partnership that we will, that we're going to build with Bangladesh. And so the first question, no, the European societies are not prepared enough. That's why we need a much more strategic approach, because employers are left very much alone to deal with this, that we also heard here from the private sector side. So that's my aim, that we will need to work on this much more strategically, be more prepared, and, for example, working together with Bangladesh with this preparation already in advance, well, with the jobs actually waiting exactly for these people that are prepared for this specific job in this specific sector. That is what the aim of the talent partnership, to use it in a much more strategic way. And if we do that on a European level, we have more money to invest, and we have more opportunities for people to choose between employers in different countries.
Okay, so next question, maybe some of you want to add something there. Umuhan Bardak, ETF, labor market specialist. Member states individually organize labor migration in need of foreign labor. So why are these individuals, member states initiatives have not been taken off as a UN level policy? So let me rephrase a little bit. The successful member state initiatives, is there a way that they can be incorporated into the European policy?
Yes, that is what I want, because I would like to have a more of a European approach. So there, we have to be open. There is a challenge, because the bigger part of the labor migration, who can decide about that is on it's a national competence mainly. But what I am trying to do with the member states is to show that we are so much stronger when we work together, and we can facilitate, and we can have a much more strategic approach towards labor migration if we work together. So, and I can also say that member states are responding much more positive towards this approach now. So that's why we're trying to integrate these national projects or good experience into a more European approach.
I mean, maybe just one very quick comment. I think in Germany we now have 76 different statuses for people, third country nationals in our country. And we really need to simplify things. We need to make it a bit simpler, that, you know, across the European Union, maybe we can come up with a couple of statuses that actually will cover most of the cases. And then I think I fully agree with the Commissioner, we could have a huge benefit, a European benefit for our immigration systems.
Okay, so next question brings out a classical concern. So this is from Simon Roberts from the University of Nottingham, UK. So what do you say to people who say that the talent pool looks like a brain drain? And about the win-win-win that I mentioned at the beginning, are these wins in a sense unequal? Some people benefit more in this, from this triple win than others. Some are more winners than others, in a sense. What do you think about this?
Well, I think one important part here is that the talent pool is for low, medium, and highly skilled workers. This is important. It's not for specific, just for the most highly skilled workers. It's for all levels. This is important. But it's true. What we are shortcutting with the talent pool is actually we are shortcutting these different kind of intermediaries that are working on trying to get the right people mix to match with the right vacancies and the right employers. So this is what we are facilitating here.
Yes.
So in the original proposal that we put forward, we actually thought about that a lot, and we thought maybe companies are willing to pay a lot of money to find talent these days. Yeah, I mean there's certain companies who pay 10,000 euros to find one person. Yeah? I mean there's a lot of willingness to spend. So let's say if we for every successful match, we would get a certain fee from the company. I'm sorry, but it would be like 10 euros or something like this. You can actually use this money to reinvest in education in the country of origin. So we could actually match that with, if you have this pool, you could be able to trace exactly how many people come from where, and if there's a successful match, maybe we could have some support for the education and skilling system in these countries.
Thank you.
Yep. Coincido plenamente con lo.
I agree completely with what Damien has just said, and I think in fact we could even incentivize circular migration. We would then be helping a doctor, for example, or any worker to go back. But the issue of brain drain, I'm going to be very direct about this. There might be a brain drain. But if they don't come to Europe, they're going to go somewhere else. If we think that they're not going to go to those other countries. If we're wrong about that, that they're not going to go to other countries, well, then we might be wrong. But if they are going to go, then we should try to compensate that via the initiatives that have been mentioned.
Two last questions, and let me try to ask both of them together. So the first one by Rafaela Greco is how to encourage member states to engage in talent partnerships. And the other one also has to be with the with member states, but this time from the point of view of the smaller member states, so from the European Migration Network in Luxembourg, Adolfo Somarribas, I think. How do you protect small member states from the big ones taking advantage of the talent pool? So we have one question about the talent partnerships, how to encourage participation, and one question about the asymmetries between big and small member states in the talent pool. So maybe, Commissioner, you can start.
Yeah, first on the talent partnership, it is a challenge. I have to be honest with you, because member states are always hesitant to be part of something they have not been part of before. So I think theoretically they see the advantage of being part in a strategic way in the talent partnership, but we need also some of the member states to be braver to really start this, to show how the benefits, how big the benefits are when we work together. And the talent partnership would really be very good for the smaller member states, because they might not need so many people, but they can be part of a bigger, more strategic investment with a partner country on that. The talent pool will, I don't think there will be any big difference between small or big member states in the talent pool, because it's employers put in their vacancies. And people that apply for these vacancies. So it depends very much on the active employers and the jobs that they are putting in. So the national part of the talent pool is very limited. It's only that they have to decide to be part of it, because we propose it to be voluntary for member states. But otherwise, I don't see a disadvantage at all for small member states, actually.
So would you like to add something? So we are getting to the end of the panel. So thanks a lot for all your interventions. We are a little bit over time, but I would still like to give you the opportunity to say some closing statement. So particularly on the future outlook. So how do you see the future outlook for labor migration pathways, considering these problems with racism and this backlash from the far right that we've been commenting? So maybe one word for each of you, starting with you, Commissioner Johansson.
This is a real crucial issue for Europe. We need migration. And to be able to get migration, we need to manage migration in an orderly way. Otherwise, we will cause fear, and we will cause also feed the extreme right that are against migration. So this is an essential part that we need to show that migration is manageable. Migration is normal. Migration is nothing to be afraid of. Yes, we might have some problems, some challenges here and there, and then we address them. But we need migration, and we need to manage migration, and we better do that together in Europe, because it's very difficult if each member state have their own policy, then it's more or less impossible to do it in an orderly way.
Thanks a lot. Secretaria de Estado, una palabra sobre el futuro, ¿cómo vemos el futuro desde aquí?
Bueno, yo espero que...
I hope that the future is positive. As the Commissioner said, migration is quite natural, something that has always existed. And we see that human mobility is even greater than it was in the past. So it's a situation that's going to continue to be there, to keep growing. And I hope that we can be part of innovative solutions and fight against those simple proposals that come from the far right when trying to deal with issues which are so complex, such as the issue of mobility, people moving from one country to another. So the first thought and my hope for the future is that we're able to actually take into account the data and facts that exist to fight against those simplistic arguments to deal with these complicated times that are coming in front of us.
So I don't know if you know this poster, the American poster that says, "We need you." So we need migrants, but also I would like to look into the audience and say, like, we need you to make this work.
Exactly.
Yeah? So it's not for us to forecast how things are going with a certain likelihood. It's for us to influence them to go in the direction where they have to go. And because, I mean, the needs are clearly there, and I would wish that, you know, if you take one thing with you, is like this new power that we can actually change things if we work together. Individual choices matter, so please help us to be successful in it.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno.
I think what we've got to do is close the Pact on Migration. When I say the Pact on Migration, what I mean is everything. The different directives that are being debated right now, but as well as all other proposals that come concerning regular migration, and make sure that they're more visible, to communicate to citizens, to show that indeed, as the Commissioner said, that we have within our hands the chance to organize migration in an orderly way and to take the power away from the mafias. Everyone, there's space for everyone on this continent, and we need more workers, so we need to continue to work on legislation, but as well with civil society, with the business sector, to make sure that that vision is out there, that people know that these possibilities exist, and us to continue with fostering that part of regular migration.
Yes, Ms. Arens.
Yes, the future, if I speak as a business, I would say, yes, I do need talents from abroad, and I need to be able to recruit them in a fast, efficient, and easy way, and that I don't have too many administrative burdens. And yes, as a business, I want to learn so that it will be pleasant for these people to work at my company and that they get around well with the other co-workers in the company. So information, communication, and training, not only for the people who arrive, but also for the co-workers to deal with the new colleagues in the staff.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you again to all the panelists, and an applause to all of you. And we continue with the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it has been a very inspiring, high level, and the questions as well. So we have had a lot of messages that we can take away to our daily work. Personally, I feel really encouraged to do even more in my job, but also under our presidency. And I would like to, say a couple of words when it comes to the negotiation, because I think that was a very relevant topic. Just to clarify that the Spanish presidency is at the disposal the member states. We should struggle to have the more consensus as possible. We need to listen to all member states. We need to address the concerns of all member states, and I hope we are successful on that with them. So I felt obliged to say this. Thank you to them as well, because I know they are working in order to help me, to help my team to get to an agreement. Then coming back to the logistics, now there's a time to break. The family photo, I have been told that is not going to take place now. So it will take place at the end of the second panel of today. Then third point, I wanted to underline apologies for the mess with the cards. I have heard that it has been a bit messy. We will try to solve that, and I think we will do the questions orally. It's better, I think. The lunch break, you will have it in the entrance. And I think that's all. I hopefully see you here again all at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much and enjoy the lunch.
हालात इलेक्शंस तो अनाउंस हो गए हैं लेकिन बहुत वहाँ भी
don't now. So, good afternoon to everyone. Welcome back to this wonderful place. I think after having heard this panel tomorrow, we are going to have another very interesting one. I hope that you enjoyed the lunch break. I personally enjoyed it. I saw a lot of familiar faces. I'm happy that you are with us today. So now it's time to go to the second panel, which will focus on the external dimension of labor migration policies, tools and good practices. And I have the pleasure to invite with me Héctor Cebolla, who is a research scientist at the Spanish Council for the Scientific Research in Madrid. He will moderate the panel, and I leave the floor to him. Héctor, bueno.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, authorities, distinguished guests. It is my honor to welcome you to this second panel, which very accurately complements the discussion this morning with the external view on EU migration policy and the attraction of talent towards the European Union. Today I have the pleasure to be accompanied by a number of guests in the room today. May I welcome specifically each one of you, Margaritis Esquinas, Vice President of the European Commission, Ylva Johansson, European Commissioner of Home Affairs. Thank you for being again here at the stage. Minister Cerna, Honduran Minister of Labor and Social Security. From Honduras, Younes Sekuri, Moroccan Minister for Economic Inclusion, Small Businesses, Employment and Skills. Isabel Castro, again, muchas gracias, Secretaria de Estado del Ministerio de Inclusión, Seguridad Social y Migraciones. Zulkifli Haider, Federal Secretary Minister of Overseas Pakistanis and Human Resource Development. Welcome. Ahmed Munuri Salihim, Senior Secretary of the Ministry of Expatriates, Welfare and Overseas Employment of Bangladesh.
Excuse me. Yeah, you got it wrong. He's not here.
Oh, okay. So we miss his absence, yeah. Yeah, okay. Imran Ahmad, sorry, okay. Munir Ben Rjiba, Secretary of State for Tunisian Foreign Affairs, Migration and Tunisian Abroad Ministry. And online we will be joined by Ambassador Noel Agaber, Egyptian Chair of National Coordinating Committee for Combating and Preventing Illegal Migration and Trafficking in Persons. So this second session, as I said before, will complement this morning's discussion with the external dimension of labour migration policies. One of the primary goals of the European Union is to develop a comprehensive and forward-looking migration policy that will emphasise cooperation and solidarity, and it is within this framework that the external dimension of migration holds significant importance. The establishment of balanced relationship with non-EU partner countries is crucial for effective migration management. We mentioned this idea this morning, and of course understanding and addressing the needs and concerns of our partners beyond the European Union is essential for fostering a successful cooperation. The Commission, through the Skills and Talent Package, has introduced specifically talent partnerships. This is the backbone of the whole strategy. It was mentioned in the Q&A session this morning. These partnerships seek to create a framework for enhanced collaboration between EU member states and non-EU partners in various aspects of labour mobility. This enables the EU to address diverse needs of all stakeholders and complement the bilateral relations undertaken by member states. Of course, such a thing implies a constant, a very thorough analysis of the needs of origin and destination countries, but also the interests and needs of companies and migrants themselves, to identify challenges such as training requirements and developing effective selection processes. The goal here in this session is to share with our partners from Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, as well as Honduras, who is represented here because of the crucial importance that Spain attaches to Latin America, to discuss these dimensions with them. A critical aspect of talent partnership is addressing training and potential candidates, ensuring that employers and government authorities have confidence in qualification and competencies. Streamlining, it was also said this morning, the recognition of qualifications is crucial. It is also crucial to provide training, especially for those occupations with specific skills and mandatory training courses. This training can take place either after or before migration, so support to training on-site is also an excellent idea. This morning in the Q&A session there was also a question on brain drain. Of course, investing in skills, development in third countries is not only to the benefit of the European Union, but should be to the benefit of every actor involved, so we should prevent really brain drain. We will be discussing this as well in this session. Finding appropriate methods to encourage the return of migrants to their home countries is of course as a necessary measure as well to take in the future, contributing to the development of those nations. So I have a number of questions for our guests. I will be addressing each of them in 3 blocks to a selection of you. Of course, the discussion is open to everyone, but specifically I will address my first question to Vice President Esquinas, Secretaria de Estado Castro, Moroccan Minister Sekuri, and the Honduran Minister Cerna. The first question in the panel is, what are the key issues and good practices that would strengthen the external dimension of migration, and more specifically, the collaboration with partner countries on labour migration? So the floor is yours. I guess that Vice President Esquinas, if you want to start.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Let me first tell you on a personal note that what you see is not happening very often with both the Commissioner and myself going to the same places. We always try to share, but the fact that we are here together testifies to the importance, the political importance that we give to the subject matter of your conference. Many of you, I see many familiar faces in the audience, would have heard me describing the House of Migration and Asylum Policy, the European House of Migration and Asylum Policy, as a building with 3 floors. The first is external dimension, relations with countries in our neighborhood, in our vicinity of origin and transit. Second floor, border management and border procedure. And third floor, solidarity and burden sharing between the member states. Your question takes us to the first floor. And the question is how we build this first floor in a sense that, in a way that makes sense. First thought is that unless we find a way to manage mobility with third countries externally, we will never be able to manage it internally. It's as simple as that. Second thought, that in the past, the European Union was not particularly successful in building relations of partnership and trust to organize mobility. We didn't do well, despite the fact that we are the world champion of development aid. We didn't manage to address the root causes of mobility. Third thought, now we are determined to get it right. And to get it right, we will not only mobilize money and investment, we will do that too, but in itself will not suffice. We will mobilize trade preferences, visas, Erasmus scholarships, people-to-people cooperation. Everything that the European Union has in our disposal and can offer will be part of these partnership agreements. And the recent addition to this policy mix is our joint with the Commissioner and colleagues in the Commission proposal of yesterday of an organized talent mobility pool. It's the first time ever that at the EU level we now have a system that matches vacancies with potential skills of EU vacancies with non-EU job seekers. All skills levels included, not only for the high skills individuals, but for everybody. So I really hope, and that's to cut a long story short, that this policy mix, these building materials to construct the first floor will make the difference in the future, more than in the past.
Secretary of State, would you like to follow up on that? Thank you. As we said this morning, and following up on what we said in the first panel, when we talk about migration and migratory flows, there has to be a country of origin, a country of destination, and a country of transit. So the first idea to talk about immigration is to do what we're doing here now, dialogue with the countries of origin, transit, and destination, and looking at needs, the needs of the 2 or 3 countries. Spain has a history of dialogue. We have Morocco and Honduras here, and Morocco for more than 20 years now, and Honduras more recently. We've been working with circular migration. This is a best practice, and we've also moved forward in the path towards training at origin of third countries to reinforce their skills and to reinforce the markets in the European community, in the European Union, as well as in the countries of origin.
First of all, to say that we're in a very specific period of time where things are changing. The paradigms are changing both for the destination and origin countries. And this makes this puts on the table the necessity of a reframing effort that everyone has to make in order to re-ask the right questions before running into answering classical questions. And with regards to your question that I find fundamental, it's important to acknowledge, first of all, that for origin countries, the equation of growth and the connection between growth and migration policies has changed, and employment has changed. Originally, everyone would like to increase the employment rate or decrease the unemployment rate through domestic policies, and now we have other options where migration can help increasing the employment rate, of course, with this corridor that is allowed. But we need absolutely to make sure that a couple of important pillars are established. The first one is we need to address the question of scale. Because if we operate within the existing projects, within the existing procedures, within the existing voluntary initiatives, we will stay at the hundreds of thousands of possibilities instead of tens of thousands of possibilities. So the scale is important, and the decision makers, and I'm one of them, they need really to work on building the right processes in order to make it happen. The second thing is time, because what happens is that we need to confess that by the end of the story, the migration policies, in a way or another, are a matter of high political stakes for governments, for coalitions, for majorities. And these majorities have time within a legislature, 5 years, if it happens for a government to finish the 5 years. So it's important to address the question of scale and time so that we can create the dynamic that is needed. And the other big question is there needs to be win-win-win strategies. Win for the destination, win for the origin, and win for the people themselves. And if we don't work in a very voluntary and detailed way, granular way, to address what builds the win component for each part, it cannot be successful. In other words, acting on the scale, on the time, on the nature of skills. I know you have another question on that. Enabling non-traditional populations to immigrate, those who are needs in the origin countries, through specific trainings, through voluntary programs, but large-scale programs. I think that if we don't deal with the topic at the right scale, with the right institutions, we will not change the dynamic, and we will be meeting another year, in one year or two, discussing the same issues and saying, look, we've done our best, but the pilots that we launched didn't succeed.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Ministra Cerna, por favor, si quiere.
Minister Cerna, would you like to take the floor now? Thanks very much. It's a pleasure for us to be here with you today. And it's important to mention that migration has really changed the whole concept of frontiers. 2% of the world population is in a process of human mobility, especially in this region over the past several years. So we need to guarantee reception of migrants and paying attention to those people in our country. It's also important to mention that the government of our president, Castro Salaya, our president, is one of the people that govern in my country, and she is in favor of improving migration. She's in favor of migration and improving channels of migration. Regular and safe migration and protecting the rights of workers. That's what I wanted to say. Thanks very much.
My second question to Federal Secretary Minister Haider, to Minister of Expatriates, Welfare and Overseas Employment of Bangladesh, Imran Ahmad. My apologies for the confusion at the beginning. My apologies. Secretary of State Ben Erjiba from Tunis, Ambassador Naela Gaber from Egypt, and Commissioner Johansson. So the question is, from your point of view, what are the key elements to be considered when it comes to boosting talent partnerships? What measures can be taken to promote effective training of workers? So if I may ask you, Federal Secretary Minister Haider, to start the discussion.
So thank you. Let me first of all point out at the outset that this is really contextual. I mean, let me give you an example from my own country, Pakistan. As opposed to the European Union, we have what we call the youth bulge, which is more than 60% of our population is under the age of 35. So therefore, we have a large workforce, and especially after the COVID and pandemic, we have a huge human resource available in various categories which were ready and able to be exported elsewhere. And these professionals range from the IT industry to engineers and doctors and paramedics and construction industry and the hotel management and hospitality industry. So therefore, it is a question of comparative advantage. As opposed to the European Union, we were able to we had the skill sets. But the problem for us, or countries like us, was that we were not able to actually connect with the recipients who would require the services of such professionals. And that's where I think we need to connect by way of creating such interfaces whereby these skill sets could be matched and the requirements of the recipient countries could be matched with the connected with the supply and the demand side could be rationalized. And I think the talent partnership program is a step in the right direction, but our concern is that despite the fact that more than a year has elapsed, we have not been able to make significant headway in this regard. The two, Germany perhaps is the only country with which we were able to sign a letter of intent, but I think this has to be beyond one country. I think the European Union needs to probably come together and formulate a strategy or a policy which is uniform with respect to screening and matching the skill sets which are available. If I may, also quote that a country like Pakistan has almost 9.9 million diaspora in the Gulf alone. Whereas, as opposed to this in the European Union, we have only 0.7 million. And the amount of remittances which flow from the Gulf region is beyond $30 billion US, whereas we have less than 3 billion coming from Europe. So the reason for that is that we're not able to actually capitalize on our strengths and not able to export the services which we can genuinely actually send you. So I think that we need to have skill accreditation centers which have to be jointly organized. We need to have more rational, uniform policies across the board. And I would urge the European Union to consider this in collaboration with countries like us so that we can move forward in this direction. Similarly, I would also like to mention countries like the Far East countries, for instance, with Korea and Japan and other countries in that region. They have their own skill accreditation regimes. And by way of analogy, I would again like to point out that the European Union can maybe take a look at that system. Perhaps this may be a way forward for rationalizing a regime which will ultimately yield the benefits which are we looking at. So I think these are some of the things which probably would go a long way.
I'm sure that Commissioner Johansson can follow on that. Secretary of State Ben Erziba, please. Secretary of State Ben Erziba.
Okay. Merci. Merci. Permettez-moi.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to commend the Spanish presidency of the European Union, as well as the European Migration Network, for the choice that they've made of the subject of this conference, very much focused on the future. I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity as well to tell you all that the issue of LIGO migration is something that Tunisia has been dealing with. Well, we've got quite a bit of experience, in fact. I think already in the 70s it was that we set up a national agency on technical cooperation. and began working on legal migration with European countries at a point in time where there were no restrictions or visas to come in. So that's just to say that it was quite early, in fact, that we began to deal with this issue in Tunisia. Tunisia has always been committed in promoting all voices involved in legal migration and in employment. We have a skills pool in Tunisia. Some 300,000 young people who hold university degrees. So it's important to try to offer those people universities, and this could be something which would be very much in keeping with what Europe needs in terms of its own significant demands. Tunisia, therefore, in trying to promote legal migration, has carried out a series of agreements together with France. There's one agreement, for example, 9,000 Tunisians per year being hired by France with this new agreement. There's a similar agreement with Italy for some 4,000 new employments for Tunisians per year. We've got similar agreements with Switzerland, with Germany. We've also launched a mobility partnership that began on the 3rd of March in 2014 with the European Union, where legal migration is a major element thereof. Our commitment will continue in the future. Multilaterally as well, we recently, the President of our Republic launched the initiative to hold an international conference in Rome to fight against illegal migration, with the participation of 21 countries. Italy and the European Union were present as well, of course. We agreed that legal migration must be an essential component of that conference that we dealt with. On the 16th of July, 2023, we launched a global partnership together with the EU, a strategic global partnership, to deal with one of the pillars of migration and asylum, which is specifically legal migration. And we've also launched the Partnership for Talent, or Talent Partnership as we call it. So there's quite a series, there's a whole series of projects that are being implemented. There's what we call the TAM project as well, towards a holistic approach to labor migration, governance, and labor mobility in North Africa. This project has fostered the hiring in Europe of more than 700 qualified workers from Tunisia, which are in Belgium, France, and Germany. There's some 670 Tunisians which have found employment via other projects. We've also set up a legal framework for private agencies, for private hiring agencies. We have some 47 different employment agencies working on hiring and supporting Tunisians who are working in European countries. These agencies have been able to offer work to some 11,000 people from Tunisia who are skilled workers between 2011 and 2022. And so you see that there's this continued effort going on in our country. Of course, there are challenges as well. There's the issue of relations, or the connection between the labor needs and the skills that are on offer or being developed. So to answer the question that you've asked, specifically, I would say that a partnership cooperation around migration, to make sure that it's strategic, efficient, and that it's sustainable, it has to involve this joint work between the partners, and it must be mutually beneficial to everyone as well. Partnerships which actually respond simultaneously to the needs of the European labor market, while taking into account the development of human capitals in the countries of origin, and taking into account the need to reduce brain drain as well. So it's a question of trying to find a balance that has to be set out, but also keeping in mind that it's in our common interest to do so, in the interest of the EU and of Tunisia. Thank you. Thank you to you, Secretary of State.
It's now the turn of Ambassador Naila Gaber, who joins us online from Egypt. The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Thank you. I hope that you are. You can hear me. I'm intervening from Geneva. I had some difficulties with the connection, and of course, I didn't have the opportunity of having a translation to the Spanish intervention of Madame Minister, but I was able to get the intervention of His Excellencies, Minister from Morocco, Minister from Tunisia in French, and Minister from Pakistan. Let me tell you that I'm pleased for inviting me to join you and to have this interaction. And it is important to speak about the possibility and the possibilities of legal migration. We in Egypt, we have a state ministry for migration and dealing with this issue, and at the same time dealing with the relation with diaspora to enhance and strengthen the relation with the Egyptian diaspora abroad. But at the same time, we have also the entity and the mechanism I'm presiding over with the rank of minister, the Interministerial Committee to Combat Illegal Migration and Trafficking of Persons under the haut patronage of the Prime Minister. Well, we have, of course, the legislative background. We have a law against illegal migration. We have, as I told you, the institutional background, the Interministerial Committee, and we have the operational one, which is the Egyptian strategy to combat illegal migration. And when we are speaking about a strategy to combat illegal migration, of course, we are presenting to our people what are the alternatives, what are the possibilities of finding decent work in our country, which is a large country, 27 governorates, 110 million, with more than 9 million foreigners in Egypt, and of course with almost half or 40,000 from Sudanese coming as refugees those days after the problems faced by our sister country, Sudan. So we are a destination country, we are a transit country, or a sending country. But let me focus on the question of legal migration, which we value and we support immensely. So we are trying to train and to prepare our young generation, which is a large percentage of our population, to be able to go and work abroad if there are job opportunities and legal presented in a legal manner. So we are encouraging our people to be prepared, to be trained, and to search, if possible, such opportunities. But we are against the illegal migration because it will constitute a danger to our population. It can be linked to many other difficulties. The least of it is the human trafficking issue. What to do is that this suggestion concerning a win-win situation, linking the migration to a kind of gain for both sides, sending countries and receiving countries, is an excellent démarche and excellent possibility to reach a kind of progress for both sides. I was very pleased to have also another European initiative linking migration to development, which is a reality because migration based on solid grounds, preparation of skills, good training, vocational training, for instance, is a good opportunity for having a kind of economic development from destination country and receiving countries. Having said that, I'll try to summarize some points I was able to prepare to answer your questions that we need when answering this question to expedite the process of hesitation and recognition of certificates and qualifications between Egypt and EU countries, sending countries and receiving countries, which constitute a major challenge in our relation, to introduce an online portal where skilled and trained Egyptians can apply for job offers, easing the process of selecting the candidates, designing effective orientation programs, the one pre-departure and upon arrival. We do have an orientation unit in our Ministry of Labor to prepare our people for before traveling abroad, and I think such a unit is extremely useful. And of course, it will enable our workers to integrate in the societies, the receiving societies. At the same time, we have a fund, and this fund for migration is having the possibility of helping the returnees, the Egyptian returnees, to prepare them to work and to have job opportunities in our countries when they are coming back from the countries where they migrate before that. It is important to have a kind of positive cooperation. This cooperation, as the head of the Interministerial Committee, I've asked for it for years and years with our partners, and I've told them every time, you are suffering from aging societies, and you need skilled workers, and we have the young ones, and we can prepare them, we can train them, we can prepare them to be adapted to the life abroad, and let us know about the needs of your societies and the needs of the marché du travail, of the job opportunities of the market, the labor market in your countries. So for many years, I was not able to get answers, but I hope that this initiative will be a kind of démarche, positive démarche to provide us with answers, with data about the job opportunities in developed countries, mainly the European ones, and this way we will be able to prepare our people for such demands, work demands, and the question would be, as I said before, it won't be, as was mentioned by the minister from Tunisia, a brain drain, but it will be a kind of win-win situation for both sides. I think that I have tried to answer your questions, but I have so many points to address, but I don't want to monopolize.
I'll give you the opportunity to develop further in the final question. So finally, Commissioner Johansson, if you could react to the question.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. And first, I think the most important part is that a talent partnership is a partnership between partners on equal footing. So it has to be set up together, and it has to be a win-win-win situation also for the individual. I think this is one of the most important part. And I know that we heard here also from Federal Secretary Haider on the comparative advantage. I mean, Europe is really an aging society. We have a huge gaps in the skills and in the labor market. We have huge opportunities here. But we also have challenges. And these are the things that we need to overcome to be able to be successful on the talent partnerships. I think that Minister Sekori said something important here also on the scale, because we have partnerships that are on small scale, and they are good mostly, all of them, but we have to come up in much, much bigger scales. And I'm quite impressed when I was in Dhaka and saw everything that you do in Bangladesh on the scale of the labor migration, but also in Pakistan. I think you really have a lot of good experience here that we can learn from. But coming to the challenges here, is of course to design the partnership in a good way. It's important for the EU to do our homework to make sure that bilateral schemes could also be part of it, so that we cover more in the talent partnerships. But we also, there's a special thing with the EU and these countries where we have the talent partnership. And that is that we are attracting to the EU a lot of citizens from these countries illegally, irregularly to the European Union. And we've seen people that pay a lot of money to smugglers. We see people that are risking their lives or losing their lives coming to the European Union. We see people staying irregularly in the European Union, living, in a more gray or dark area, and being victims of violence or being exploited in the labor market. This we have to stop. And these are linked to the safe and legal mobility. And that needs to be addressed at the same time. And this is important for the narrative in the national debates in my member states, to make sure that there is a difference between those that are legally staying and those that are illegally staying. And that's why the effective and efficient return and readmission of those that are not eligible to stay goes hand in hand with the investments and large scale of the talent partnership and the mobility. And I think really to invest, we discussed it also with the Minister Sekori here earlier, the importance of investing in training, in vocational training, in language coursing, setting up a structure, doing this in a structural way on a European scale together with our partner countries. And we have to be cautious that we do not trap into a hen and the egg thing, because the stepping up and the efficient return and readmission has to go hand in hand with the scaling up of the talent partnership and the legal mobility. And I think this is part of the, it's not rocket science, of course, we can do that, but we have to be able to overcome it, to be able to have the large scale here. We have the needs, we have the capacities, we have a lot of good opportunities. Let's use it together.
Thank you, Commissioner Johansson. So let me make an announcement. As the session advances, there's a Q&A section at after this final question that I am addressing to all our guests. It will take around 20 minutes, and I guess the organization is circulating, as we did in the first panel, small papers for you to address your questions to our guests. So this final question is addressed to you all. Specifically, it says, how can the role of employers be strengthened in the context of cooperation partnership, and how can the EU talent pool help in this regard? How can they effectively get involved to achieve an adequate matching between their needs and the candidates, and ensure sustainable and solid labor mobility systems in the medium and long term? So if I may, Vice President Skinas, if you want to answer first.
Okay, what's the question? The question is the role of employers, right?
Exactly.
I would ask three things from the employers of the business community. First, that they should not limit themselves in asking for people to come into work, but they should be able to defend publicly the need for these people to come and work. Let me be less diplomatic. Everybody would like to have more workers in their business, but we need this business to go out in the public debate and defend this notion of a Europe open to business. Do not let this public debate to be intoxicated by the populists and the demagogues that are doing everything possible to badmouth what we're trying to do. Business have a role there. Second thing that I would ask from the business community is not only to receive workers, but also to train, shape the workers that would come in their businesses. There is an obligation to open up our vocational training systems, our potential of improving the untapped potential of people from third countries, and businesses would have to take a lead on that. We have now unprecedented financial resources for upskilling and reskilling in the European Union. Never before we had so much money for professional training. 65 billion euros, both from the Recovery and Resilience Fund and from the European Social Fund. So business should use this money to train and shape. In our talent package yesterday, in the EU Talent Pool package, we also have included the need for a system for speedy and uniform recognition of professional qualifications of third country nationals who are joining us, because without some sort of simplified system, the system will not work. We need better, easier and faster recognition of professional qualifications of third country nationals to avoid the so-called brain waste that people are so deterred from bureaucracy and red tape that do not bother. They don't want to take so much time for their papers to be in order, so they don't bother to apply. And the third message that also comes to businesses, to employers, that comes from the experience that we lived in Europe with intra-EU migration in the 60s and in the 70s, when many compatriots of mine, Greek, Italian workers, emigrated to Germany, Belgium, Luxembourg, to work either in industry or in the mining industry. The employers at the time played a crucial role in integration and inclusion of this workforce. They have a duty, an obligation to act as a greenhouse of welcome, inclusion, reception, and some sort of opening up the curtain to a new society, a new way of life, new set of principles. You integrate always to a local community, but you are in a local community because you are with an employer. So an employer has a duty for integration and inclusion. So these three messages I would reserve for European business.
Very clear cut. Commissioner Johansson, please.
Yes, I'll try to be brief, but first, of course, the employers are occupied by running their businesses. They can't put too much energy or time into all the extra steps when it comes to recruiting somebody from a third country. So that's we need to facilitate. We need to make it easy to find the right persons. We can do that with the talent pool. We need to make it easier and facilitate the training and preparation. We can do that with the talent partnership. And we need to make the bureaucracy easier, less red tape. That, for example, goes for the recognition of credentials, for the skills, for the visa processes, and so on. What I ask from the employers are three things. Open your mind. Don't be too stiff on the exact qualifications. Then you might miss very good people if you're too stiff on that. And third, don't be afraid to work together with your competitors, because when there is a lack of skill in a specific sector, you rather address that together with your competitors in the same sector, together with a partner country in the frame of talent partnership for the upskilling and training And then you can compete on recruiting them. But I think sometimes they are reluctant to do it together with the competitors. Thank you.
These are very interesting bunch of suggestions. Minister Sekuri, which is your view or the view of Morocco to this matter?
Well, thank you for the question. I think it's a very important question because you're changing suddenly the level of the intervention from a macro intervention of governments and states to a micro intervention of employers. So we need at first to understand what is at stake for employers and the way they function so that we can make a good answer to this question. Traditionally, talent management policies or strategies at the level of a corporation would work on two directions. One is an employer would pay very high costs to retain talents that are important to its core business and would release the others. And the other one is an employer would say, look, there is a law in the market and I will not bother myself, depending on the demand, depending on the dynamism of the market. When I will need talent, I will buy the talent from the market that my competition would prepare for me. This was in the past. So the new question that is at stake now is, if you want to go for this cheap strategy, cheap, and it's not pejorative, it's, you will go to the market, you will not find the skills. So the first thing is that there is some competition, so working with competitors, and it has to be within groups of professional groups of the employers, sectoral or regional. So this means that for governments there need to be a good frameworks where this effort can be captured between the micro level of employers, the intermediate level of professional groups, and the governments or sub-governments, depending on the architecture of the country, whether they are regions or... And funds needs to be there so that we encourage this, this reflection and the tools that will... And we had these problems, and for Morocco, for instance, the projects that were not very successful are the projects where the employers are not well organized. The second area is to say, the second idea is to say that at the level of an employer, it's a cost. So if the scale of the company provides the company the possibility to manage internally or to internalize this management, then the company would do. So, and the company needs to know where is the, where is it going to stop in terms of investment. So there is a shared responsibility with frontiers that are not clear between the micro and the macro level. And this is, and I give you a very specific example of the housing. If you're going to bring a workforce from a country to a city, and you're going to provide them with wages, let's say minimum wage in a certain country, and you have a crisis of housing or a shortage of housing for these people, you will never address large numbers. You will not satisfy. And an employer has the right to ask himself, is this my problem exclusively, or is it a shared problem with the community, with the local government, with the central government? And this would be a major hurdle, even if you have the skills that are matching, because your economic equation at the level of the company gives you minimum wage. It doesn't give you more. But the reality of housing is that you don't have where to house these people. Or you don't have, someone has to pay the price. So this is just to say that these are some of the dynamics that need to be internalized, and it has always been a problem in the strategies, and this is where long-term and short-term collude. So, and whenever you have these types of collusions, you need to, one asks himself, how am I going to justify the investment when it's, when the dividends, when the return is not so close?
Thank you. May I pass the word now to Minister of Expatriates, Welfare and Overseas Employment of Bangladesh, please.
Which question am I talking on? The second one or the third one?
You have the right to answer to either of...
No, because you didn't call me on the second one. You skipped me completely. I was thinking whether I was called here for just for show or what.
So the panel was organized according to a distinction between in groups, so maybe I mistook.
I was in the second group also.
Exactly. Please, yeah, exactly.
So what do I speak on?
So you have two questions.
You have two questions.
Yeah, you have two questions. From the point, I mean, the question we're dealing with now is on employment. And,
yes.
Sorry, and firms. The former question was on talent partnerships, what measures to boost the efficacy.
Yeah, I've got it here. Anyway, I'll speak on the second question or the third one that we're talking on. When you talk about the employers getting involved, there's a vast variety of employers who are the big employers and the small employers. Some employers will require large number of people, some will require less number of people. Some will have a large, better paying capacity, others will not have paying capacity. I don't know if this whole process goes into that level, whether you will be able to get into more of a quagmire than anything else, than come to a solution. This is something you have to think about. What basically happens is, and we've seen about the excessive migration costs that the workers pay. This happens, there's a collusion generally between the people who select the workers and the employers themselves. It's a sort of a nexus, it's a sort of a whole thing that goes down the chain. How you can change that or how you can make a difference in that is very important. One way would be, I mean, this is just a suggestion that I'm making offhand, is that if the European Union could have a bilateral arrangement with all sending countries separately, so that the process of people going abroad is sort of channeled through a government organization. Now, why I say the government, I'm not a very great fan of sending through government organizations because there also things can go wrong. But there's one thing, if it is through the government organization, you have a point to catch. You can always say, over here, this is something has gone wrong. This is one thing you must keep in mind. And when we are talking about experience, Commissioner had mentioned, experience is something that has to be recognized. When we talk about the skill qualification, you are talking about, I've done 1 year training course in a training school and I've learned how to hold a screwdriver. Okay, that's one way. But what about the person who has been holding a screwdriver for the last 10 years and he's become an expert at holding a screwdriver? How do you recognize that? That is also something that the employers should recognize because that is where their financial gain will be. You see, if somebody is coming in with the experience, not with a certificate of class studies, let's put it that way, or workshop studies, is a place where a lot can be achieved. And this is by something what you call recognition of prior learning. This recognition of prior learning is something that can fast track a lot of people, even whether it's Pakistan or Bangladesh or all of us. We have a lot of people working in the Middle East for the last many years. Those people can be turned around on a very short notice to come into the European Union with the skills that you require. This is something that you could consider. Whatever. We must remember one thing, that at the end of the day, it is the requirement of both the receiving and the sending countries. Both have a separate requirements. Receiving countries need the workers. You said you need the workers for different purposes. And we need to send them for our purpose so that we can get remittance and whatever it is. To bring a balance on that is again the MOU that I was talking about. This is something that should be seriously considered. A lot of matters, like let's say in Spain for that matter, Bangladesh has over 50,000 people in Spain, as far as our records go. You know, and we are the fourth largest trading partner with Spain as far as Asia is concerned, as a trading partner. So we have a lot of, what would you call it? Our hand in it. Let's say our hand in Spain. Let's put it that way, in simplistic way. We could be a great help as far as Spain is concerned. But the process has to be simplified. People have to be taken on board as experienced and non-experienced. Another factor that can be considered or should be considered is, what is your requirement? European Union has to come up with the requirement that I need, say in the next 10 years, I need 100,000 nurses. You know, something like that. If a general estimate can be made on that, and the countries, the various sending countries who have these sort of trained people available, they can be considered. You can talk to them and build up on the MOU, as I said earlier on. Anyway, I think as far as the talent pool is concerned, that definitely is a very positive way of thinking that we can get into. But if we go slow on it, then we may be too slow. Bangladesh already has signed an MOU with Greece, as you all know. And that MOU covers both the irregular people over there and new people who are being taken in. And so far it has worked beautifully. We have not had any problems. Everything has gone smoothly. And I think it may be a model that, of course, all countries have a different scenario. It could be a model that could be considered by other European unions. We are also negotiating with both with Italy and with Malta. I think there's two countries I can remember. Probably Romania also we are negotiating. But at the end of the day, what we get is what we sign. Thank you.
Minister, do you have a take on employers and firms? Do you have a take on the last question as well?
Well, I've sort of added both together.
Okay. Thank you for that. Ministra Cerna.
Minister Cerna from Honduras. Thank you once again. The role of employers is vital within the framework of labor migration, since that in most cases employers are the ones that sponsor workers. They give them the work visa. And it's also important to mention that as the Secretary of State, we depend on the National Institute for Vocational Training. And we're in a situation where sometimes we're asked for workers to work abroad, and we don't have the qualified workers for those jobs abroad. So we're helping many people through our institute to get the training needed so that we can send qualified workers for specific jobs abroad. And that is where we can then provide this qualified workforce. In the case of Spain, the language is not a problem, but in other countries that could be an issue. So we would be very happy to send workers to Spain, as many as are required. And we're training people so that we have qualified a workforce as requested. And I would go further by saying that employers shouldn't demand so many requirements, because that really limits the number of people that we could send. Also, it's important to mention that the government in Honduras and our president is ready to support a qualified workforce needed abroad. Thank you very much. That's very good news indeed. Thank you. Minister Hayden, please.
So thank you very much. I would simply like to refer to what I earlier said, that, while we appreciate the predicament that, the countries like Spain or European Union members feel, but, our perspective is from that of the sending countries, the countries of origin. Moreover, addressing the question, I would like to mention here that we have to take into account the fact that there are three stakeholders, clearly. Essentially, the governments are a stakeholder, the employers are a stakeholder, and then the employees or the skilled workers or the labor force is a stakeholder. Again, it is difficult for a single employer to actually devote so much attention to one issue that he would then or she would then ignore the businesses and get after, getting the human resource needed for the job. So therefore, the representative organizations, the chambers of commerce and industries in a given country, and the representative organizations of the employees or the trade unions could be, mainstreamed into this activity. And the tripartite model, as followed by the ILO, where the employers, the governments, and the employees sit together, and then they formalize strategies which are then implemented with the help of all the three stakeholders there. So maybe by analogy, again, we may want to, adopt those best practices which are already in vogue and which have worked elsewhere in the world as well. And I think addressing this question particularly, the employer's perspective has to be paramount, because they're the ones who are actually going to take advantage and pay the remuneration for the expatriates. So I would strongly urge all of us to basically collaborate and have all the three stakeholders sit together and formalize and strategize in terms of working out policies which are uniform and which gravitate towards the same goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Secrétaire d'État Benoît Ziba. Mr. Secretary of State, go ahead, please. Yes, thank you very much. Employers, be they public or private, are a major pillar in terms of economic development and social development of their countries. They must participate actively. And of course, one could imagine partnerships on various levels and within various sectors, including within capacity building. The existence, the role of competent human resources in improving the competitiveness of companies is not something anyone questions anymore. Companies are trying to, or those companies that would like to have an important role globally have to put a significant and innovative emphasis on capacity building, meaning they would have to have a clear human resources strategy, a policy arranged around this. That's why the partnerships between the public and private sectors and universities and companies and civil society is a significant lever that always must be taken into account. That's why we need to foster contacts between networks of those asking for and those offering work, as well as the structures of the public and private agencies that work on employment to make sure that we can bring together those who are searching for a job with those who have the appropriate profiles. Along those lines, I would like to mention something that was mentioned earlier by Commissioner Johansson earlier. And we agree. I agree with her in that, of course, while promoting legal migration, we would also have to make sure that we attack the causes of illegal migration. It's imperative to fight
against the smugglers, against human trafficking. Madam Commissioner, remember the initiative launched by the President of our country for the Rome Conference. It was about focusing specifically on targeting those networks who are all over the place and creating a great deal of harm, specifically to the migrants themselves. They are the victims. Those who take to the sea to try to reach a faraway country with an unknown future are manipulated by these networks of human traffickers. And I'm very happy to be able to say that we are making progress in the partnership with the European Union to fight against that. And a significant amount of the work that we're doing specifically about that will be fighting against this human trafficking. However, it is, of course, a challenge that we in Tunisia, which, of course, is a country of emigration, but also a country of transit right now, because of the great deal of migrants that pass through our country, coming from other countries, trying to reach Tunisia and then cross the sea to try to reach a better future in Europe. It's them we need to work for. Our main objective, Madam Commissioner, is to try to save human lives. That's primordial, and it's a work we're doing day by day. Our Coast Guards, our military units mobilize themselves on a daily basis to try to save as many human lives as possible. That's our objective, and one which is extremely significant to us. Madam Commissioner, would you like to respond to what you've heard?
Well, I fully agree, and we have seen recently a very good outcome of the cooperation with Tunisia, for example, when it comes to the prevention of the departures and fighting the smugglers. So this is really, and I think that we had a panel in the morning saying that we should not mix the need for labor migration with the asylum system. I agree to some extent, but when we are dealing with migration, we have to deal with it in a comprehensive way, because otherwise we will not succeed. It's important to say that migration is always present. Migration is normal, has always been there, will always be there. Our task is to manage migration in an orderly way, in a win-win-win way, and we have to do that together. That's the only way to do it, and I think really that we heard a lot of these good examples of how we do that together, and it's so much we can win if we can scale up our cooperation in these areas.
So we have two more interventions for this final round. It's now the turn of Madam Ambassador Naila Gaber.
Thank you. I listened carefully to the intervention, with the exception of the intervention in Spanish. When we are speaking about the business community, the employers in sending countries or in destination countries, we have to be pragmatic, because the business community, the employers are in need, and this is normal to realize gains. And by providing them with skilled people from our side, prepared people to work in their business, we are helping them to improve the efficiency and the gains of their enterprises. For that reason, I'm repeating that it's a gain for everybody. It's a win-win situation. But I'm asking the business community and the employers in the destination country, in the developed countries, to provide us with maps, with the needs, or qualification, with the skills they need, so we can prepare our people, and we are ready for that. We have possibilities, and we are working. This is our duty as government to prepare our people to different forms of migration. The Egyptians, by their nature, are not prepared for long-term migration. They prefer to go for a determined period and to come back to their own country. For that reason, we have the circular migration, we have the seasonal migration, we have an MOU with Greece concerning workers in the agricultural sector. And of course, we are open to all forms of proposals coming from the business community in the destination country. Having said that, also at the same time, our business community is preparing our people for different skills, and we have entities and schools, technical schools, vocational for vocational training. I personally am very supportive to such activities, and even I'm encouraging the Ministry of Education to emphasize and strengthen from its own part as a government and as education ministry such schools. But at the same time, the private sector and the business community, they have their own schools and they're working on that. Speaking about cooperation with the European Union and other European countries and entities, it is important while supporting such schools and institutes to have a kind of continuation to be sustainable. Unfortunately, some of the experiences we have faced in Egypt, for instance, I won't mention the country, but it was l'école d'hôtellerie in Fayoum. Unfortunately, it was there and supported, but at the end by the end of the day, the support was stopped. So we don't want such policies to be linked to governmental affiliation, political affiliation. We want it to be sustainable and to have a kind of vision with a long-term vision and a long-term goals. The goals are going to be the benefit for both countries, developing and developed, sending and receiving. And I don't want to link it to any political affiliation, whatever will be the policies and the composition of any government. I hope that I was clear on that. But of course, I have to mention that I have a good program of cooperation with the Spanish Agency for Cooperation to support the ministry, our Egyptian Ministry of Labor, to issue reports about information on job market abroad. And this is needed, and this is a governmental program, but I hope that the business also and the employers from their side, they're going to provide us with such a possibility, a map of the needs, the map of the skills, and I want this exercise to be an ongoing with a long-term vision for the benefit of all. I thank you.
And just to finish this round of questions, Isabel Castro, the Minister of Conclusion. It's the role of companies is vital to move forward in these types of policies. First of all, in the definition of the need, the market needs, the labor market needs in Spain and the EU, we need to know what the needs of companies are. Therefore, what sectors, what profiles, what qualifications, what types of needs. So they do play a vital role. Secondly, in this idea of going from macro to micro, big migratory policies to specific projects, all of these have a company behind them. There has to be an employer. There's no, if not, there's no migration policy. So without the commitment of companies, and we're having very good experiences in this sense, specific projects are needed to put these policies into practice. Also, these companies must have this seedbed type of policies. There's a pilot project that's been successful, it has a multiplying effect, and we're asking all companies to get involved in this pilot project and support this. But with their collaboration, we cannot move forward. Thanks very much.
A little bit beyond the schedule, but since we also started a little bit beyond, we're opening up the floor for Q&A. I've been told that there's been a change in the system, so a microphone is now circulating. I can't see really very clearly who could be raising their hands because I have all these lights in my face, but I'm sure that the microphone will be already circulating around. Okay. May I ask you?
¿Se me oye? Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank all the panelists for all the information they've given us. I would like to make a simple question. We're talking about connecting the European labor market, the needs that it has, with companies in third countries that might be able to offer migrants who can offer work. But what I wanted to ask is if the European countries are doing something as well to make sure that unemployed persons, future students, for example, could study subjects focused on integrating them within the labor market. Has there been any thoughts about that? Any more questions out there, please?
Es una pregunta en general, ¿no? Entiendo.
Are you just asking a question in general? Is that for everyone there on the panel?
En general.
All right, it's a general question.
May I ask from you any reaction?
Bueno, si entiendo bien la pregunta.
If I understood your question properly, you're talking about domestic, national demand here at home. And I would agree with what you said, and I said the same thing when the initiative was presented yesterday in Brussels. The fact that for the very first time, we're going to be having this platform, organized mobility platform from third countries, partners and friends towards the European Union, in no way should lead us to forget our national labor markets. In fact, quite the opposite. However, even devoting those resources that we already mentioned before, the amount that we've been devoting up until now on training, we have all the different initiatives with European Union universities. We have the microcredits for training initiatives, the individual training accounts, the European skills agenda. All of that exists. But despite the presence of all of that, the national markets are not going to be able to respond or fulfill the needs that our labor markets need, especially in sectors such as healthcare, long-term care, tourism, hospitality, agriculture. In all of those domains, Europe needs more people. The labor market can't offer what we need. There's something else to be taken into account, and I say this before my partners and friends from third countries. There is already global competition for talent. There are 4 global champions that are doing it better than Europe: the US, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Those 4 countries have legal migration programs and organized labor markets receiving from third countries. They've gotten in place, they've had it much earlier than we did. And if Europe does not actually join this global challenge, this global game, then we're going to be we'll pay the price. And we're behind already, but we're arriving just in time. We're just in time to catch up. And that's what I think we need to say about the national markets. Any more questions?
Le pediría, por favor, si se pudiera identificar.
Could you also tell us who you are, please? Hi, Irene Martin from an international consultancy. Thank you very much, first of all the speakers. I'm finding everything very interesting. I would like to ask Ms. Castro mainly a question. In this panel, we've been talking about macro level, about companies and countries, a macro level. But when we talk about the actual individual level, we can see that this coverage isn't actually reaching people. In the previous panel, for example, you said there have been new professions that have been incorporated into this, such as electricians. That was one example. But as has just been pointed out by the Commissioner, there are many sectors that are not covered. That's how it is. That's well known. Again, long-term care, healthcare, etc. There are many sectors that are not covered. So why are you not involved in? Why are they not involved in that list of occupations that are difficult to cover? Thank you very much for the question. This catalog of jobs that are difficult to cover, as you know, something that is negotiated between the trade unions and the business organization. I think in this legislature, we've done quite well with the incorporation of 7 new professions, and that was done in the summer. That's the very first time that there hadn't been changes in catalog up until now, but we are doing so. We're trying to open that up to new professions. There wasn't much movement in this catalog, but for a long time. But in the first trimester up until the summer, then 7 new professions from construction, for example, have been added into that. We've also made a modification, as you know, about the royal decree or the regulation concerning the development of immigration, the immigration law, to make sure that we don't change only this catalog of jobs that are hard to cover, but also extend that to other professions. So we're going to be working on that in the future. That's the plan. Other questions, please.
Bueno, pues, Vice President.
If not, then Vice President.
Ministers, Señora Ministra, Federal Secretary of State, Secretary of Estado, Madam Ambassador, thank you for joining us in this session. We were a crowd, but we managed to actually come to the end only 8 minutes after the schedule. It seems that the organization is going to give an announcement now regarding the family photos, so I think that someone will come up here, but for the rest, I think that we are done. Thank you very much for your participation.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt this little break. I have been told that we are going to take a family photo now, so a picture. It's going to be a bit difficult, but we will manage. So I would ask those, the picture is going to be taken from the first floor. So I would kindly ask those who are under the roof that come here next to the stage, please, come here. And the rest just, you know, do like that with your head, because the picture is going to be taken from up. I think you should be, see? Yeah.
transmite nadie, o sea. Vale. Sí, es asiento al moderador, ¿vale?
Okay, so it seems that we are ready to continue. Apologies for the delay. Well, now we are going to go into the high-level session number 3, which will be devoted to the complementary labor pathways. One of the messages that we clearly heard today is that we need to address migration with a comprehensive approach. And I think this includes also innovation, so new initiatives to enable that people who might be in need of international protection can use actually their skills to access labor migration pathways. We now have the opportunity to listen to the participants of the next panel, to hear firsthand more about these complementary labor pathways, and to answer any questions you may have at the end of the session. So I'll leave you in the very good expert hands of my colleague from the Ministry, Amparo González, who is Deputy Director General for Migration Analysis, and who will introduce the panelists. So, Amparo, all is yours.
Okay, great. Great. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, go ahead.
Perdona, mi papel, mi...
Yeah, it's, you can, it's
Ah,
right
vale,
there. It's okay.
vale, vale.
Okay. Do I look like a normal person? It's not like, okay.
Next.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Who else? Me?
How are you?
¿Dónde me siento yo? Ya, ya.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see. Okay.
Too much light, huh? Too much.
Yeah, it's very... I feel like I'm at the Latin Grammys.
Actually, Latino Grammys are today in Spain.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
In Seville.
Our ambassador is just headed there. Very nice to meet you, Mr. Minister. We're really appreciative of our partnership.
Since we are a bit delayed with the schedule, we have decided to change a bit the organization of the panel, and everybody is going to be seated at the same time. So we save some time for additional incorporations later, and we will try to be as much on time as we can, since some of the members of the panel have to catch a plane right after, and we don't want for them to miss it, okay?
Right.
That's why we are waiting 2 minutes for the 2 other members of the panel to be microphone.
When did you arrive?
Yesterday. Yesterday afternoon from Cairo. Yeah. So,
Stay until tomorrow?
yeah.
it's only for us. And there is a cocktail within the museum. So it's a good experience.
Okay. We are finally ready. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, everybody, to be here with us for the third and last panel of this wonderful conference. Today, in this afternoon, we will change a bit the focus from pure labor migration we were discussing this morning to refugees and labor complementary pathways to resettlement and international protection. In particular, we would like to discuss more in detail the concept, forms, and possibilities of the so-called complementary pathways to resettlement, with a special accent on labor complementary pathways. For those of you that are not familiar with the concept, complementary pathways are usually understood as safe and regulated avenues for persons in need of international protection. This is the main change of topic that I was mentioning before. To legally move and stay in a third country, but adding to their full protection that traditional way of moving for refugees, like opportunities that help sustainable and durable solutions for refugees or people in need of international protection. In the case of labor complementary pathways, clearly the opportunity to receive a job offer, some training for that job, and so on, would be the additional aspect that we will be adding to the traditional way of channeling reception in a third country for people in need of protection. In some, labor complementary pathways aspire to offer refugees with alternatives to resorting to irregular means and harmful onward movement, and to facilitate the acquisition and retention of skills. And to discuss on the possibilities and limitations of this new legal avenue that different countries, international organizations, and definitely the EU Commission are exploring and developing in different ways in different places nowadays, we count today with a terrific panel that perfectly combines the views from the US and the European Union, from international organizations, from governments, from employers, and from refugees, in this case, refugee workers. It's for me a pleasure to introduce to all of you the members of our panel. First of all, we have the chance, finally, after a busy day, to count with our Minister of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration of Spain, José Luis Escrivá. We have also with us the Undersecretary of Civilian Security, Democracy and Human Rights from the US, Usra Seya. We have the Director General of International Organization for Migrations, Amy Pope. The Assistant High Commissioner for Protection of the UNHCR, Gillian Triggs. Thank you very much for being with us. And finally, we count with Virginia Garrido, responsible for people and culture from IKEA. We are very happy to have you with us. And Saharu Sisse, which is a refugee beneficiary of the reception system of the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migrations, that accepted to be with us today, also to illustrate the reality of what we are going to discuss. So with no delay, I would like to move to the questions that we have for the different panelists. And at the end, depending on how well you managed your time, we will have the opportunity to have some open questions for the panel to debate between all of you, and also some questions and answers from the public. First of all, Minister, we would like to know a bit more about the recent Spanish involvement in complementary pathways and some of your pilot projects in Costa Rica with some Nicaraguans. And also, to the extent that is possible, we would like to know your opinion on how we can address better the obstacles that forcibly displaced people may face when they are trying to look for job opportunities in third countries where they receive protection. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Should I answer both questions in the same go?
You can do it all together
okay.
if you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we have introduced in the Spanish legislation over the last 3 years significant changes to our migration framework. And we have put particular emphasis on itineraries, on legal ordered migration pathways, no doubt. And the reason we have put such an emphasis on these itineraries is because we think it's a win-win. First, we badly need it. We have shortages in the labor market in Spain and in Europe in quite a number of sectors. These shortages refer to both skilled and unskilled workers. So really we need to enhance the way we are able to attract these kind of profiles for our labor market. But at the same time, I think by doing so, by, let's say, ruling and designing new itineraries and reinforcing the framework as regards legal migration, we are really also helping the origin countries. And we are helping ourselves also in reducing irregular migration. The more we work on legal migration, the more we are able to counter trafficking, mafias, and providing narratives in the origin countries that there are ways to arrive to our countries in a completely different way. That's the reason we have really prioritized so much these changes. As regards the changes, I will try not to forget, because we have quite a number of things over the last few years. First, we have, I will start out probably with skilled workers. On skilled workers, we are one of the first countries in the world, to my knowledge, to have legislation and a framework for digital nomads. At the same time, on high-skilled workers, we have transposed the so-called Blue Card Directive in Europe in the most possible ambitious way. And finally, for our pure national legislation on skilled workers, we have made, let's say, flexible interpretation about what high skill means. Previously, there was a tendency to interpret that high skill meant having a PhD or a master's degree, and we were very restrictive in this respect. And sometimes high skilled workers simply imply someone with a long experience in a particular sector, in a particular profession. So we are really moving in this direction, because otherwise we are not able to really meet the needs in our labor market. Then we have also worked on circular migration. Spain is a country with a significant portion of our labor market working very seasonally. So we need seasonal workers in agriculture, but also in hospitality, primarily. So what we have done is we have adjusted our legislation in order to be again more flexible in terms of the period for the stay in Spain during the season, moving from 6 to 9 months, which is the maximum allowed by the European framework. And we have extended to more sectors. At the same time, we have created a sort of reward so that for workers that consistently over a number of years are really coming 1 year after 1 year after 1 year, working seasonally in Spain, we will provide them a permanent working permit, which is not any longer seasonal, but would be a full year. At the same time, we have also made it more flexible the framework for self-employed workers. There are sectors in which what you really need is self-employed workers, not, and our legislation used to be, or it remains to some extent, too stringent in this respect. And on family reunification, I'm moving away now from the labor market. We have also passed legislation which implies more openness with regard to these possibilities. And then on refugees, on resettlement, what we have done is passing legislation which implies that we can go beyond the yearly predetermined quotas for the resettlement of refugees to the extent that there are refugees that really match with our labor market needs, so that they can come to Spain already with a contract or with a very clear training itinerary linked to shortages in the labor market. And finally, we are also working on the European framework. As you might know, this semester Spain is the presidency of the Union, so we are really pushing very much in order to get an agreement at the European level regarding two important pieces of legislation. On the one hand, the so-called long-term residence permit for foreign workers in the entire Union in order to have a more European-wide perspective to this long-term permit, allowing workers in certain conditions to accumulate periods of stay in more than one European country in order to reach the 5 years period in order to be qualified for a long-term resident permit. And then we are also working actually now, this piece of legislation is in what we call trialogues. It means that there is an interaction between the Council, so the member states that we represent as Presidency of Spain, and the European Parliament for the so-called single permit directive. So it's permits that allow a worker to operate, participate in the entire European labor market in different countries. So we are trying to be also very ambitious at the European level, and the reason for that is because we think that it is also a win-win, given that the shortages and the needs in the labor market are really a European-wide problem. And at the same time, I think that by doing what we are doing, or what we want to do with these two directives, we are also making the European labor market more complete. And this is very good for European monetary union, actually. So one of the flaws that have been identified for the European monetary union compared to the other big monetary union in the world, which is the United States, is that in the United States there is a genuine single labor market, or much more integrated than the European one. And this allowed to caution shocks that may happen in the system, in the entire union, in a much better way than in Europe. So this is basically our framework, and what we have done at the Spanish level in terms of legislation, at the European level, and in the Spanish level, at the level of pathways for itineraries to the labor market, but also in more general terms in other cases. And the other question has to do with what we are doing, or, I mean, you were also asking about, okay, one of the, what we are doing with Nicaragua in particular, I mean, one issue in which actually all of you are involved together with us, and we are also very grateful for the partnership that we have established with the three of you, the institutions you represent here and the United States, is that for us, the initiative of these safe mobility offices in Latin America is extremely helpful in order to be able to facilitate these legal pathways. And for us, and this may differ from other countries, it might prove particularly useful for this resettlement with jobs, in the sense that, I mean, we already receive in Spain a good number of Latin Americans every year that arrive here not with jobs, not regularly, but they are visa-free. But we would like to channel a part of this flow to these safe mobility offices so that when they arrive to Spain, they can arrive already with a working permit and with a good matching with the needs of our labor market. For that, it's important for us that in these safe mobility offices, in the information which is gathered by the United Nations organizations, there are also features associated with the skills and the labor profile of the refugees, or potential refugees and migrants, so that we can able to try to find a good matching with the needs in our labor market. And actually, this is working because we are just finishing the first pilot with a Spanish firm that, a number of Spanish firms that really we have able to get this matching with the already existing safe mobility offices, and we think that this is just the start of a process that can be also rather far-reaching. So that's the reason why we are very grateful for the initiative taken by the United States, by the government of the United States, also with the absolutely key support and action from both the two UN nations, UN migration agencies represented here. And that's basically what we are doing. But you were also asking about that experience about the integration of migrants in our labor market and refugees. I mean, we have really a good test with Ukrainians. As you well know, probably the major migration movement in Europe for many years has been the displacement of people, of Ukrainians from the war in their country. And in Spain, we have provided temporary resident and working permits for a figure which is very close to 200,000 people over a period of a little longer than 1 year. So based on this experience, we have gathered a lot of information from the Ukrainians. Amparo she has been responsible for this undertaking. And this has been also very helpful in order for have a better understanding of the challenges that they face when they arrive here. And certainly language is, from the surveys we have conducted with them, language is a major hindrance from the outset. This does not apply in Spain to other migrants from Latin America, but certainly it's the case from Ukrainians. So one thing we have to work very strongly, and we are doing so, is with language training. Second important consideration has to do with the recognition of diploma and skills certifications. And here we also have enhanced our capacities. This is also a major challenge all over Europe. And sometimes it's not easy, depends on the professions, but that's something I think we need to work more intensively in the future. And then the matching with the labor market. So I think for us it has been very, very helpful that from the very beginning we created 4 major reception centers in Spain, where at the same time that migrants displaced refugees from Ukraine were documented, they provided work and labor permits, work and resident permits, we created a platform that was available to them actually in these centers, in these 4 major centers, where we gathered information from there on their labor skills. And this was also done in partnership with the entrepreneurs, the major entrepreneurs organization in Spain. And this, we feel, has helped to the integration in the Spanish labor market in finding jobs more easily. Certainly much better in the past. So this has showed us that this is very important to have certain technology and in terms of platforms, potentially with artificial intelligence, in order to help to this matching between the skills that the refugees and migrants possess and the demand for work sectorally in Spain. And here, I think, while we already know that in the case of the large corporations, they have already in place a system for recruiting and finding talent globally, the problem is that in many sectors, what it dominates, it's small and medium-time enterprises, sometimes even very small ones. And for them, they also need workers, but they don't have the capacity on their own to find them and to involve in training itineraries. So I think there is here a very strong case for a public intervention and probably and also public-private partnership with the organizations that represent the SMEs in order to help them in this undertaking. And that's something we are also doing here in Spain. We are also enhancing the platform with that we use for the Ukrainians in order to be able to generalize and apply it more globally, also for potentially for the people coming from the safe mobility offices. I think it's also very important. I think also I would like to single out the initiatives from the European Commission with the talent pool and talent partnership, because also provide instruments for the selection of workers. And here I would like to emphasize something. Our experience is one in which reflects that a successful pilot or a successful program for migrants and refugees coming legally to Spain depends very much on the selection in the origin country. And here, what it is decisively is to enhance administrative capabilities in the countries of origin, because I mean, there are experiences in Canada, maybe that doing only privately. I think that with the involvement of governments on both sides, the process is facilitated and I would say safer in many respects. But for that to happen, we need to help and support origin countries in having better bureaucracies in their labor departments. And I think that for that, we also, countries, need to work very closely with international multilateral organizations like the World Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank, which are institutions that are already trying to help origin countries in different respects in order to have better administrations. But I think it's important that in doing so, they also work with the countries of destination and trying to coordinate better in these undertakings. And finally, a final word. I probably have talked too much, but sorry, it was complex questions. I would say that when thinking of obstacles, we need to also work with the public, with the general opinion. And I think it's important that sometimes, unfortunately, The communication about the social networks and other new instruments of disseminating information are fraught with false information, with narratives that are very detrimental to and very unjust to the migration processes. And I think we need to combat this very clearly and provide the truth about migration and provide how beneficial can be if we do it in an orderly and legal manner for our economies, and I would say also for the origin countries. And for that, probably we need to devote more resources to communication and action in this respect, because I think our societies need to be better informed about what we are talking about here today in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. As the Minister was just mentioning, Spain has taken the opportunity to increase its resettlement commitment by adding the possibility of increasing the number of our annual quota with people that can find a job in Spain already. So I wanted also to ask the representative of UNHCR, Gillian, how do you think that these complementary pathways can reinforce the state commitments with resettlement? I think that's a good link between the two.
Well, thank you very much. And can I say to begin that it's been rather good to move to this session after the previous one, where we were talking mainly about migration and labour. Here we have the opportunity to talk about refugees and the refugee opportunities. And I think one can't really have this discussion without understanding the very dire environment that we're in internationally. We have 115 or so million people forcibly displaced, at least 36 million of them refugees. And those numbers, sadly, are increasing as we speak, and they'll continue to increase. So I think we need some refreshed thinking and some other ways of managing this movement of people, and one of them is in labour opportunities. It's crucial for a refugee that they have the opportunity for self-reliance, for dignity, to contribute to the communities that have given them protection, and to go on to lead fulfilled lives. So that's really where we're coming from. Now, many of you will know that resettlement places is something that the United Nations Refugee Agency tries to do. And we do it, of course, with the help of a number of countries, particularly the United States, Canada, Germany, Australia, and many others. But let us be very clear that the numbers of people that actually receive this gold standard of resettlement are very, very few. And during COVID, of course, the numbers were reduced to almost nothing, 20,000, I think. Now we are building up, and we will start to meet these numbers, and that is why we're particularly grateful to the Minister and to the country, to Spain, for increasing those resettlement places. But let me come to your question, and that is, how does labour mobility complementarity add to, or why do you need it? And one is that the traditional solutions aren't providing solutions anymore. It's very hard for refugees to return to their own country in practice. Resettlement places are very few, and voluntary repatriation can be exceptionally difficult. So that is why we are very keen to see opportunities for labour for refugees that really can benefit from that opportunity. And we have to be clear that some refugees might be a single woman escaping from the conflict in Sudan with 2 or 3 children. What she wants is protection, accommodation, and an opportunity to get her children into school. But the 23-year-old who has come from the conflict in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, or from Mozambique, or from Syria or Afghanistan, is also not only a refugee, fleeing violence and conflict and persecution, but is also looking for a job. And they know that that's their future. And so that is why, in other words, it's not an either-or, it's not a binary question. Resettlement where you can get one, but that's for the most vulnerable of the vulnerable. But the labour opportunities is much bigger. Along with, we use the word here, complementary pathways, family reunion, community sponsorship programs. These are very important, but the access to jobs is crucial. And what is actually helping, and I'll finish here, what is something that I've observed over the last few years in the UNHCR is that there has been an environment of threat, people coming in frightening ways, in boats, crashing up against rocks, children dying. This is horrific, and no body politic ever wants to see that. But what we're seeing is a change now in the narrative, and the Minister has mentioned this, that countries now need young, energetic labour. And you've used the magical word, if I may say so, Minister, and that is matching. We now have the digital capacity in many parts of the world for a refugee to load up their skills, their background, and so on in a software program. But then we need to match those skills with what labour needs, and that's what I think is so exciting. So it's wonderful that we have the leadership now that understands these issues, and we see very significant advantages in what we call a whole-of-journey approach, looking at where people are coming from, the source, the transit countries, the places of destination, and we can help people along the route to match their skills and abilities as refugees with the needs of the country. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We will come back to you later, but in line with this you were mentioning of the capacity for labor complementary pathways to increase the potentiality of states to offer protection and a durable solution to refugees. I would like to know from the US experience, from the Undersecretary, thank you very much for being here, how are you trying to promote labor complementary pathways from the SMOs, so from the safe mobility offices that you have recently developed, and in a region that is crucial, as the Minister was saying, for us, for Spain in this particular case, as Latin and Central America. We would like to know more about that, please.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Amparo, and thank you, Mr. Minister, and Gillian for your comments, which I heartily endorse. I think, from the US perspective, this is all about collaboration. So President Biden, we've been proud to lead the largest expansion of lawful pathways in decades from the United States. And this is to help refugees, vulnerable migrants, other displaced persons find safety at this moment of a historic peak globally in forced displacement. But we simply cannot do this alone. And you see this in the development, which has been very accelerated, just over 6 months in terms of execution of safe mobility offices now in Guatemala, Costa Rica, Colombia, and now Ecuador. This would not have been possible without intensive collaboration among multiple US government agencies, including the State Department, but the host governments, our international organization partners, IOM and UNHCR, and our partners like Spain and Canada, who came forward trilaterally with the United States to make concrete, specific commitments on expanded labor pathways that we are able to offer through these safe mobility offices in 4 countries. So we see this new collaborative approach as essential at this moment to meet shared migration and displacement challenges, but also to seize the opportunities that they present as we connect the dots to our own objectives for prosperity and resilience for our populations. So one specific way that we're doing that through collaboration and connecting the dots is our working very closely with Canada and others on innovating new labor pathways for refugees through private sponsorship. So earlier this year, we took a major step, the United States, in launching something called Welcome Corps. And Welcome Corps is really a landmark private sponsorship initiative, the first of its kind in 40 years, that is enabling everyday Americans to play a leading role in welcoming refugees to the United States. And it's going to enable us, we hope, to reach our target of resettling 125,000 refugees in the United States in the coming year, which would be a high point over decades. This program, though, really draws on the best of lessons learned from existing sponsorship programs, including Canada's long-running private sponsorship program. But I'm happy to share with you all today that we are going to expand this Welcome Corps program to establish a new dedicated labor sponsorship pathway which we're going to call Welcome Core at Work. And this, very well aligned with what we've heard from the minister, is going to match skilled refugees with employment offers in the United States, which will allow them to be expedited in referral for resettlement and welcomed by private sponsors on arrival. Now, this collaboration that is necessary has to extend to integration services for newly arrived migrants and their families. So this is where some of the many working groups that we've set up under the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection, which we launched last year, is working on financing for this critical element, the integration piece. So under the leadership of Ecuador, we have an LA Declaration working group on financing for host countries that is exploring how to bolster partnerships with the private sector and philanthropy that'll catalyze investments and promote stability for refugees, migrants, and host communities. We also believe that we have to anchor all of these efforts to expand labor pathways in ethical recruitment programming. So here IOM has come in a major way where their own work is rooted in private sector engagement. It includes employer and recruiter advocacy, global policy dialogue, and ultimately building the capacity of governments that are running those employment programs to ensure that they are in line with our values. So ultimately, we think we have to take a multi-pronged approach as we are seeking to scale up these pathways, simultaneously attend to migrants' existing skills and abilities, connect that to the needs of host countries, ensure migrants' integration into new communities, and above all, provide and ensure strong worker protections. So we're really grateful, again, to the government of Spain for bringing us together for this dialogue. We look forward to expanding it with all our European Union partners. And I think this can empower us to provide protection for as many qualifying individuals as possible, but also to link it to our own prosperity and inclusive democracies.
Thank you very much. Probably in relation to this, Director General for IOM, we would like to know more about your involvement in these new projects, in the SMOs, and probably also how you make compatible, how you work together with the UNHCR in order to guarantee that label complementary pathways never forget about the protection needs of the people that could be applying for them or could be applicants for these complementary pathways, and how you deploy this in the in the context of the offices. Thank you.
Thank you. No, it's great to be here, and I'm really excited to be on this panel. This is a panel of superstars, really, and with the government of Spain, the European Union, the United States, and of course our partners at UNHCR. I mean, there's really innovative thinking, creative solutions that are at the heart of what everyone is doing right now, and so it's a moment in time that we all get to be part of that I think will turn out to be a real pivot point. So there are a couple of things here. One is that I want to underscore how important it is that we keep the refugee resettlement pathway, and that none of the conversations we have here create an excuse for any government to walk back their commitments to resettle refugees or provide persons with an opportunity to seek asylum. I mean, that is at the heart of everything that we all believe in and that governments committed to. But we also recognize that, as Jillian said, that's just not enough. When we're talking about the number of people who are on the move today, and when you break that down, you actually recognize that there is a very significant number of people who will not be covered by the 1951 Convention, but are still extremely vulnerable. That is particularly true when we talk about what's happening with climate change, right? So last year, over 20 million people were displaced by climate-induced disasters. Over the next couple of years, we expect to see that number go up, right? And you recognize that the UNFCCC has said that there are over 300 million people who live in climate-vulnerable areas now, and you layer on communities that are already poor, that already have very few options at home, that already are struggling with community violence or conflict, and we recognize the very dire circumstance that the global community is going to face. So that means that the opportunity to engage, the necessity of engaging, is more critical than ever before. And that's where these pathways come in. And I love the conversation we've been having about the importance of creating regular pathways in general, because, you know, the evidence is overwhelming that we need them. But the biggest problem, the real issue I see when we move forward, is that the most vulnerable people, those people who have the least education, perhaps the least skills or formal skills, who live in communities that do not have robust infrastructure, are the least likely to be able to take advantage of these pathways, right? So we have to create opportunities. That's what's exciting about what the United States and Spain and Canada are doing in Latin America. They are reaching out to vulnerable migrants and refugees where they are, on the path that they're now going, literally. They're reaching out to them through the transit centers that migrants are coming through. They are identifying proactively what are their skills and how can those skills match job opportunities that exist. And it's absolutely critical, because across the labor market, we know that there is tremendous need for lower skilled migrants across the board in every economy, right? But we risk leaving those folks behind who are best placed to meet those needs. So without the coordination, the engagement, the use of sort of innovative ways of identifying people in vulnerable circumstances, this could all fall apart. So it's absolutely critical that we're all here today, really not only committing to the idea, but thinking practically about how we make it work.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thinking practically, I think that it's a good moment also to move a bit from the big programs to the day-to-day reality of both employers and refugee workers that are having an experience on how to really engage and combine full protection of international, full respect for international protection needs with a path to engage in labor market and secure labor integration for people with, in this case, subsidiary protection or any other type of status. And we have two additional guests, as I mentioned in the introduction. We have the representative from IKEA in Spain and the program Culture and People that they develop in order to promote the recruitment, the hiring, the participation of refugee workers and migrant workers in their firm, and the presence of Saharu Cissé, who is one of the persons that is participating in the reception system of Spain that the Ministry of Inclusion fund and organize. And I'm going to summarize just a bit the story or the process that Saharu went through before coming to Spain. I'm going to move to Spanish now, and as I promised, I'll try to speak slowly to make it easier for you, okay, Saharu? Voy a hablar despacio.
I'm going to speak slowly to make this a little easier for you. I'm just going to summarize Saharu's pathway and what he's doing now. Let me see if I can find this in my notes. I don't think I'll find it, but I should know this already. I'm very familiar with the case. Saharu came to Spain, to Lanzarote, in May 2022, right? And since then, he requested asylum in the Canary Islands. You were hosted then in Seville as a seeker of international protection, and from there, you started to participate in a pathway in this system with accompaniment, training, and in June 23, you received subsidiary protection in response to your request, and since then you've been working. You began to work with your red card in the process while you were an asylum seeker, and then you found work. Tell us a little bit where you work, what training you received, and where are you working now? My name is Suharu Sise. I come from Mali. I left my country in December of 2016. I arrived to Algeria, and for 4 years, and then I went to Morocco, and in Morocco, I was there for another period of time. Into 2.5 years, after 2.5 years, I went to the Canary Islands. I arrived there on the 31st of May. I then contacted an organization called ACSEM. They sent me to Seville. ACSEM is an accompaniment organization, one of the organizations that works with the ministry to host people and collaborates with asylum seekers and people seeking protection. Then I went to the police to apply for international protection, and for a year, I was given help in training. I took a training course for bricklaying, masonry work. I then worked or met with different people from different countries. We did this course together in bricklaying, and then I got my diploma from that course. And then I was given a job offer in a company called Nogantia. It has several different offices around Spain, different places. And now with that company, I'm working now. And I like to work for this company. I travel to different places. They are good people. They collaborate very well with me. And within the company, I learned how to work with new materials. And since I've been with this company, I've been in contact with my family back home, and just like some of my other colleagues that are in contact with their families. So the company has been helping me a lot, and they've helped me to change my life. I've only been here for 1.5 years, but they've helped me to learn the language, and they've helped me to learn my trade. And what was your biggest difficulty? What were the biggest obstacles that you came up against? Things that made it difficult for you to find work, to do your training? The most difficult thing that was the problem of asylum. I had to wait a long time after my application at the police station, maybe 7 months, 9 months. But in your case, it was quite fast, wasn't it? How long did it take you? Well, you do waste some time. It takes quite a bit of time. This is as an asylum seeker. And after you make the application, then you begin with the asylum process. And so for 9 months, you have to go back to the police. The police comes to, you have to go back to the police to update your papers and so forth. So there's a lot of bureaucracy to opening a bank account, for example. That was very difficult to do. To rent a flat, for example, is also quite difficult. Let's see how to ask you this question. In your training process, did you want to become a stone worker from the very beginning, or were you thinking of another kind of job that you would have liked to have learned? Well, I wanted to be a baker, actually. I went to get my driver's license as well. And I wanted to study many other things as well. Why didn't you do that? Well, I didn't have time because of the job that I have. I couldn't study other things. But I would have liked and still want to continue training. In Cadiz, you were able to take this course then? Yes, but I needed time. In Cadiz and in Jerez, the city of Jerez, there's an association that gives you a course that you can do different things. So you just got here a year and a half ago. Did you know Spanish? No, I didn't know Spanish at all. And you speak quite well already. I've been studying Spanish for 7 months now. And how were your Spanish studies? Well, there were people helping me learn Spanish, very good people. They opened their hearts to us, to their students. And the time that I've been here, I didn't even know how to write my name in Spanish. But thanks to them, I'm learning my letters. I'm learning many things thanks to them. So delving deeper into the obstacles, and you talked about housing and access to housing. Yes, housing outside of the aid. Outside of the aid, it was okay. When you go outside of the program, then you have to find a place. You have to find a new place to live in. People tend to like students, and so, but it was more difficult for us. My company called a lot of renters to see if they could help me find a place, but it's quite difficult, quite difficult. You also mentioned access to a bank account and how difficult that was. But there is their obligation to open a bank account for you. But if you have a white card, the police says for 9 months, you have 9 months to work with that card. So during those other 3 months, I tried to open an account. So you need a bank account to get paid. And they told me that with that paper, they didn't want to open an account for me. But with the red card, then it would have been easier. But with the white card, I couldn't. You also mentioned that your pathway to reach the Canaries was a long pathway. Yes, very long. And when we talked earlier, outside of the conference, when I asked you if you would like to change something about that trip, what would you change? Well, this long pathway, the people like myself, I went through Algeria, Morocco, the sea to reach to Lanzarote, and it was very dangerous. I arrived with 66 people, 13 women. Some women were pregnant. Some people actually gave birth on the boat, which is very dangerous. So I would like to see this stop. In my country, I would like the people come directly from my country here and to start working and not have to make that dangerous journey. So I would like to help them in other places in Africa, in Colombia, and other places, and Morocco, to be able to, it's very difficult and dangerous to come by boat. And things need to change to make it easier for people to come here directly and learn the language and to work. And to work, you mentioned before that it was very useful, the learning Spanish and occupational risk prevention for your stoneworking job. And in talking with Virginia, representing IKEA, they developed a program that you didn't participate with, but some other people that you know worked with. Virginia's going to talk a little bit now about what they are doing in IKEA to promote these situations and the good results that they've come up with as well. Good afternoon to everyone. In IKEA, we have a very strong commitment with refugees, and this commitment takes the form of favoring the employability of a large number of immigrants over the next several years. Now, why are we doing this? We are a company, but we have a purpose over and above the financial purpose. We're trying to create a better day-to-day world for people. And we think that everyone deserves a home, and we're experts in homes. And a home is what a refugee has lost. And that's our connection then is very close to refugees, because this is our belief that everyone should have a home. And also at stake is our strategy on talent. We believe that everyone has talent, and as a result, we're trying to tap into that talent. And when we're talking about refugees, we find that they have talents which are very necessary: optimism, resilience, tolerance to frustration. And from there, our plan is to create this employability plan and also prepare homes for more than 1,500 refugees. We are not experts. We have received advice from the UNHCR and other organizations, and we want to have an impact on helping people to overcome this barrier of showing what they've studied, what they know how to do. It's practically impossible because they arrive in very difficult situations and they don't have this capacity. So we finance training in jobs that where there is a need in IKEA, and for other companies as well. We don't only do training for jobs in IKEA. The second area is language. I think this was been mentioned several times already. And here, this is an initiative which we think is very positive in IKEA. We don't just drink coffee, but we take that as an opportunity to have a talk with our colleagues. So we have these coffee breaks, special coffee breaks, where all the employees then have talks with refugees so that they then can develop their language skills and consolidate a little bit this trust and security, because language is the main way to connect with a culture. And this generates a commitment amongst our employees. This interaction is fantastic. It broadens their network of contacts. And the third barrier that we want to overcome is helping them to find a job. They have a lot of difficulties, so we have put all of our job openings up, and then with these job openings can be managed through the UNHCR and TLAC, And another thing that we do, and is our commitment, is eliminate biases that we think exist socially in the way refugees are viewed. So we want to contribute to changing the narrative, changing the storytelling, and speak with humility and hope, sharing our success case. Today, after these training programs that have trained many people, but 100 specific people are working with permanent contracts in IKEA, Valentin, Lily, and other people with names, more than 100 people. Might not be that many, but it's a sufficient number. And what we're trying to say that we want to be heard, and we want to make our contribution, no matter how small it is, and encourage other companies to see this, that there is talent, that we can have this engagement with our employees. And so that would be our fourth line of action, to position ourselves as an organization and talk about our success story. Perfect. Well, thanks so much. I have to check time. I'm a little bit afraid that I can't see the organizers. How much more time do we have? We do have some more questions, but I would like to take some questions from the public as well. So I don't know how much more time we have. Maybe the organizers can tell me. 10 or 15 minutes, maybe? But we do have time for about 10 or 15 minutes more. Is that okay? I'm asking because I think someone has to catch a plane. Is that right?
10, 15 minutes
Absolutely.
more?
It's a fantastic discussion. I would not like to
perfect.
shorten it.
So we have two more open questions for the whole panel, for you to feel free to participate or to give your opinion on it. And then we will pick up some questions for the audience. Okay, so I think that after listening to Virginia and to Saharu, we have a great example on how in cases like, in countries like Spain, with a clear profile of mixed flows coming to our territory, we wanted to pose the open question to what extent do you think that labor complementary pathways could be an instrument to address the challenges that international protection experience nowadays in a context of mixed flows, basically. So I don't know if any of you, I mean, this rigid separation, distinction between refugees or people in need of international protection and labor migration has for years hampered the possibility of thinking of putting together these two dimensions of labor integration and international protection. And I would like to reflect a bit on that, if you feel like. And second, and this is open, we have had two very clear examples on how civil society, employers, and refugees can work together in providing better opportunities for integration, but also good chances for employers to fill in vacant jobs for which we are not able to find the right profile, but also we know from a large bulk of research that diversity within the firm means a stimulus for productivity, for innovation, and so on. So we would like to also to hear from you, Virginia, but for any of the panelists, how do you think that we can put together this type of initiatives that mix different actors in promoting these labor complementary pathways in a win-win scenario, if possible? Thank you very much. So feel free to go on.
Well, I might leap in, but I know Amy will come in very. We're partners on this, but it's a very important question. Because although we have some people who are just clearly refugees, we all know the legal status, we have others who are, let's say, economic migrants. But the truth is that in the middle are mixed movements. And that is why IOM and UNHCR are working so closely together. But I'll say it very quickly, but one of the ways we're trying to do this is to look at a whole of journey approach. To say, why are they leaving their state of origin, what's happening to them along the journey, and what future do they have, but to get to them earlier through these safety mobility units that the United States, offices the US has established, but a bit also like the blue dots that were established for Ukraine. The truth is that, I mean, I'm a lawyer, I'm going to talk about refugees and the Refugee Convention, but many of you in the audience will say, but the protection needs are very similar, whether we're talking about somebody displaced by conflict because of climate, or whether it's because of a war in Sudan or the Middle East or where else. So the protection needs for human beings are often the same, and that is why we're trying to work together. But let me conclude by saying we're trying to take a more holistic, whole-of-journey approach, use the technique of labor, because whether you're a migrant or a refugee, you need work. And to work with civil society. And I love to, of course, IKEA is absolutely wonderful. I've been in various parts of the world, and there's IKEA, helping to train people, and as you say, not only for IKEA, but for other industries as well. And I think it's a fantastic initiative. But civil society, the International Chamber of Commerce, the faith-based groups and communities that don't go away when the money runs out, we're all working together, and I think the point has been made by the United States as well. We have to do this together, and then we'll find some solutions. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to keep folks like Saharu off of a boat, frankly. I mean, the fact that we still have people whose only option is to find their way from Mali through Morocco to the border, to the edge of the sea, and then get on a boat, that's the problem that we're trying to solve. And the way that I believe we can solve it is by expanding options for people to have a regular pathway from a place like Mali to address a labor need in a place like Spain, right? So that means that we, as Gillian has just said, we stop looking at it just from the point of view of when someone gets here. We look at where are people coming from, where are their needs, where, for example, is Spain or the EU already providing assistance, development assistance, engagement, and then partner there to create a pathway so that we don't ever have somebody who's putting their money in the hands of a smuggler, putting their lives, putting their well-being in the hands of somebody who doesn't necessarily have their best interests at heart.
Thank you.
No, and I would just add on top of Gillian and Amy's comments, you know, we have to be creative and really look at the tools that we have available to address, you know, different populations. I can say for our part, you know, for the United States, we hear from our private sector employers across the country that refugee employees and temporary workers coming in through various temporary visa programs that we have made their companies better, you know, and that not only in terms of workforce, but allowing for increased output, increased growth that creates, you know, greater prosperity for the country as a whole. So, you know, I've talked about our Welcome Corps at Work program that we're launching to better engage the private sector in terms of refugee sponsorship. But I also want to mention we've made a concerted effort with respect to the H-2 visa program. And this is, you know, circular migration, allowing temporary workers to work in all different fields, from agriculture, where we have a well-established program with Mexico, where hundreds of thousands of Mexican workers have relationships that have, you know, flourished over decades with employers based in the United States. They're able to make that trek safely and not be exploited by smugglers, but they're able to return home, bring those remittances home, and then continue the journey. We've invested a great deal in effort in scaling up this temporary agricultural worker program, H-2As, in Northern Central America. And we've been able to more than double the participation in those programs in each succeeding calendar year. Part of the trilateral commitments that I mentioned and highlighted that we're so grateful for between Spain, Canada, and the US in terms of creating more labor pathways involves in the US part continuing to have a higher ambition, both for agricultural and more skilled workers in the H-2 program.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any of you want to add something?
Well, I think after listening to both of them on the employer side and the refugee employee side, I would say that we need much more engagement of the private sector. I think my feeling interacting with the private sector in Spain is that while they identify the shortages, they suffer from the shortages in the labor market. At the same time, they don't take a long-term view, which is required, in my view, in order to invest on the fact that attracting refugees, getting refugees into the staff, or migrants in more general terms, is badly needed now, and it's going to be even more acute in the future. So I think they have to move from, and this is my sense, from a short-term approach to dealing with shortages now, or maybe in the future, to a perspective in which they need to take this more as an investment. For instance, for circular migration, for instance, sometimes you need to invest on housing, or you need to invest on training. So the IKEA example, I think, is very good because they have really taken long-term view, and they feel this as a structural need, but also part of something that is going to be, this is my understanding, what you explained, something which is now a permanent feature in your labor approach, and in the way your human resources department certainly counts on that as something that is going to be systematic and is going to be enhanced in the future. My sense is that this is not still the case broadly, and that's the reason why sometimes we have a mismatch between supply and demand, and while there are a lot of potential refugees or migrants in general for coming here through regular and lawful pathways, we don't offer sufficient positions or vacancies or whatever name you want to choose for them. And I think we need to work more closely with the private sector, and the public sector, we need also to rethink how we can provide tools, instruments, incentives for them to do so, because it's a win-win.
Thank you very much. Virginia Saharu, you want to add something, or you want to listen to the question for the audience? Probably they have. Perdona, Saharu, sorry. I know. ¿Quieres añadir algo más sobre?
Would you like to say something else about what's been said up to now, or shall we move on to taking some questions from the audience? If there's something you'd like to say, then here's your chance.
Está bien, creo que sí.
What I would like to say is that I would like to thank all Spaniards, actually. It's thanks to them that things have changed for me. I got here 1.5 years ago, and my life began to change at that point in time. It's thanks to all of you. I like Spain. I like living here. And I'm not the only one. I've seen many other people who have been able to remake their lives here. This means that Spain has the capacity to change lives for migrants. I came with many other people. There might be 800 people, for example. Of those 800 people, there's many that were able to actually make a new life for themselves here in Spain. I work with a guy who's also with EK. He's from my country as well. He's working together with me there. I know other people from Colombia, Honduras, Senegal. We're all working together in a company. And imagine that I mean, it wasn't just, I mean, the idea of just being able to come, to be in the Canaries, then later on to find a situation where I could work. The work that's being done here, this work that's being done here is very important to change migrants' lives.
Muchas gracias por decirlo.
Thank you for your kind words, Saharo, because all of us, that's precisely what we're working towards, to make sure that things are actually as you describe them. So I'm glad to see that it can be that way sometimes. Virginia. Well, yes, I would like to perhaps just emphasize what the minister has already said. This is not a project. It's not a one-shot thing. This has to be part of what actually makes up companies. They can't be just pure business. They have to make a positive impact on both people and the planet. And this is part of our person-oriented strategy. This is not just a one-time answer to a current situation. This has to be a long-time perspective that's incorporated into the human resources strategic plans. And I think we need to thank them as well. They teach us a lot. When they come and work with us, and they're contributing, they're feeding into our culture. They learn us a lot about their ability to overcome obstacles. They're incredible. Thank you very much, and we're very glad. We didn't know that there were colleagues of yours working in OK as well. We learned about this back in the halls before coming into the meeting. But now we would like to take some questions from the audience or comments. We can't see you very well, but we can hear you perfectly. If anyone's got something to say, then the panelists would be delighted to hear from all of you.
No, I think we should finish, wind it up. Say goodbye.
También estarán encantados de levantarse y coger su...
I'm sure that I'll be very happy to just stand up and say goodbye to you all after a very long day and to go catch their airplanes. So don't feel forced to it. If there's not really some burning question that someone has, then we would just move on to the closure. Well, we'll do that then. I think this has been a fantastic session and a great day, and we look forward to seeing you all again here tomorrow. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for this excellent panel, to all the panelists, very interesting. Time flies, and we are now at the end of the working session today, so I hope you enjoyed. And only a couple of words from my side before leaving. So I wanted to thank you, all the technical staff, the interpreters, the cameras, the sound technicians. You are very important for this to be successful, so thanks a lot. Tomorrow we will come back again. And then for the rest, you know that we have an appointment in the Prado Museum. We are going to have a private visit. So I need you to bring this, the lanyard. It's very important that you take it with you. And the meeting point is in Jerónimo's door of Del Prado at 8 o'clock, 8:15, okay? Try to be there at 8:15 because the museum is opening just for us. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow. Enjoy.